Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small Stevie Wonder-themed law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Let's see. Here we go. I'm pinning the messages. I'm getting everything set up. I'm sorry for the late start and late setup today. I don't suspect we'll have like a massive show or anything, but I do want to show you my massive self. I'm not big. Anyway, I'm in a great mood tonight. I am still really tired. I must be fighting off an illness, which is fine. I'll get over it. That's what I just said, I think. But oh my goodness. I don't even know how to start. So Joshua Moon had a bad day the other day because he lost his second case against me. He notoriously lost his first case against me a while back, and then he appealed that, but he had a collateral second case, and he lost that the other day. It was funny. I didn't make a huge deal out of it. I was going to talk more about it, but I was talking about Pretti. Pretti is more relevant, stuff that needed to be talked about right now. So I didn't talk about it. And then today, they lost the appeal, which means I won the appeal, which means you lose, Josh. You lost. Because you're a loser who sits around diddling himself or whatever to the idea of other people's lives. And it's fine. You can do that. But it's never made you cool. It's never made you particularly likable. But it does make you gay. You know that, though. You've known you're gay for a long time. You talked about it plenty years and years ago. Try and shut that down every time people talk about it now. But that's okay, because this isn't about that. This isn't about how gay you are or any of those other things. This is about how you lost badly, very badly. Every attempt you've tried, you stole money from people, promised them, you swore up and down that you would get this body cam footage. You'd get it. You're going to get it. It's going to come out. You're going to cackle and sit there and again, engage in some sort of self-pleasuring or whatever while you gleefully watched the cops raid my house, as if it had anything to do with you at all. It never did. But you lost badly, real bad. Why'd you steal people's money? Why'd you steal people's money, you fag? You realize that, I could have released parts of this thing. I could have done that. I could have, taken out some of the, some of the more private stuff that's involved. I could have done that. Now, I'm not gonna. I don't ever need to. And you'll never get to see it. You'll just be sitting there angry about it, seething in your little feud that you've had going ever since I just told you that, hey, you're so autistic and the people in your community are so autistic that sometimes you get into a game of circular telephone and you get facts wrong And I would have told you this sooner, but like I didn't know how wrong you sometimes got them because you were talking about other people. But once you started talking about me, and I was always very candid with you, when you started talking about me and you started saying things that were wrong all the time, I'm like, hey, something's going on here. Something's not right. Something's not clicking. And oh my gosh, these guys actually like they're self-citing, they're self-sourcing their information. So some person says something one time somewhere, and suddenly it has the potential to become a fact. Except it never does. It doesn't actually become a fact just because you say it over and over and over again. And all I did was try and tell you as a friend, like, hey, this is going on your site. Like, you used to have a little bit more standards, I thought, about it. I never asked you to take anything down. I never asked you to ban anyone. Never asked you to do any of that. You said I did. you said I did that. Oh, wait, no, that's correction. I did ask you to take something down. I asked you to take down the address of someone that was illegally followed and stalked on your website. That's it. I just said, hey, maybe don't do that because it's a person who, isn't involved in anything, and following someone, from where they work to their home for the purposes of stalking and harassing them, like, might be a crime. It kind of depends on some circumstances. But in the past, Josh, you know what you would have called that? You would have called that gay, for someone going out and doing that. But now you think you're some sort of like weird alt journalist or something. You consider it field reporting. I don't know. People used to get thread banned and permanent banned from your site for trying to engage themselves in the lives of the people that they watched. You can sit and watch like you always have. You're like the internet's biggest cuckold. You just sit there all day watching. You can sit and watch. There's nothing wrong with that if that's what you're into. No one's ever complained. I mean, people have complained about that. But you started to get involved. You started to touch the cow. Moo, motherfucker. And you lost. You promised a bunch of people something that you were never going to be able to deliver, and anyone who looked at it at all knew that was the outcome that was going to happen. Including you, I think. I think you knew you were going to lose, which is funny, because why would you intentionally lose to me? You had nothing. You had to do nothing. All you had to do for me to fuck my entire life up was nothing. And instead, you like went on a blood quest, like some sort of pustulant weirdo. But okay, you lost. Bad. Terribly bad. So bad that in 2 cases now, you've been told you can't win. And you can't win under any theory that you had. And that you lose. And because of res judicata, you can't try a different way. You fucked up. You fucked it all up. You lose. You're an idiot. If only there was someone there to tell you, hey, like, you're going to lose this. I know who you would have asked in the past. He would have told you you're going to lose. There was a time when you would have listened. You're a fat bitch. And I love it. I'm so happy right now. So that said, monologuing aside, we are going to discuss the absolute destruction of Joshua Moon and Kiwi Farms and their quest to obtain my body cam footage tonight. We'll start with that. It shouldn't take too long. They get thoroughly dismantled by the Court of Appeals. Absolutely trounced by the Court of Appeals. And it's only like 4 or 5 pages. So we'll do that. I'm going to read this document, though. Like, I'm going to go through the appeal because I don't think Josh's lawyer will understand it either. because he's fucking retarded too. Bromke? Were you? I hope you were working for free. Dear God. The level of game brought by your star legal team was pitiful, and that's coming from me. Too bad. Too bad. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This stream is sponsored by cocaine, the substance that needs no advertisement. Everybody just seems to like it, apparently. With that, I believe I've got super tips fixed. They were, I broke them the other day, and I think I've got them fixed now. I'll check in just a minute. We have a super tip waiting. We'll check it out. I got to get my chats in the right spots so I can do this. So I can do this show, and then D74715 says, well, fuck this. Sounds like work. Oh, no. Don't worry. This won't be work. Don't take it personal. Work starts in 10 hours. At least you don't look like a drug dealer tonight. Lol, just kidding. It's funny because my drug dealer did not look like this at all. This is that's the movie effect, right? In the movies, they want them to have a symbol. They want them to be a drug dealer. They want it to be obvious. And so they have them look in a certain way, namely awesome. In real life, the people who deal drugs don't want to be noticed. They don't want to stand out. They don't want to, they'd rather just kind of low key exist and go about their day without any involvement from anyone who doesn't belong. Was my drug dealer a Somali? Nope. Not ethnic at all. So, oh my God. Pest. I don't control what other people say. Don't worry about it. Here we go. Let's see. You guys are going to have to tell me if this works. You're going to have to tell me if this works.
I find Josh Moon losing very funny, and am waiting for him to spurg out. On another note, what crimes apply to the signal scandal in Minnesota?
That's a tough question. Namely, conspiracy. Hey, it works. Loud as balls. Okay, that that's that. Pest. The optics look bad. I'm not in control of what someone says. What do you want me to do about it? If someone says I'm going to pay for them to go to Vegas, I'm not paying for anybody to go to Vegas other than me. For the parts that I have to pay for, part of it will be covered by the Hackmania event. So other than that, I don't have any plans to pay for anybody. I'm not aware of paying for anybody. If someone has implied that I'm going to pay for them, I don't believe that's the case. Sorry to disappoint, but my money is spoken for at present. So after the super tip, your sound is low. Okay, I got a couple things going on. I think I can fix that. Get rid of that. That should help. I know. Don't worry. I had to change some things. I will have this fixed in a second. Here we go. Okay, there's that. And now I think I can bring that way down. Sorry, I had to try a whole bunch of different shit to change everything up. The sound should be better on my mic, and we're going to test the super tip again just to make sure.
I find Josh Moon losing very funny, and am waiting for him to spurg out. On another note, what crimes apply to the signal scandal in Minnesota?
There we go. There we go. Rita Castillo. Thank you, Rita. Rekieta looking sharp tonight. I never want to look dull. I never want to look dull. Still loud? I made it worse? That's annoying. I can't. So on my end, it doesn't. It's not. It's not. Give me a minute. I think they have custom volume for websites. Oh, wait a minute. I know why it's so loud. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. This should prepare yourself. Your ears are about to get dicked down again. I'll go with a more subtle voice. So maybe it's not so loud, but this should be quieter.
If it is true that the gun went off, this might be the lawsuit that gets SIG. That gun has a reputation for going off unexpectedly. I mean, the joke is it has a Bluetooth trigger, SIG P320.
I hope that was better. I hope that was better. Still somewhat loud, but better. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I'm working on that right now. I think I Here we go. App volume mix. Let's try. Oh, there we go. Let's see this. Let's bring this bad boy down.
This gun situation is sad. BTW, look into Voopoo for your vape supplies. They have awesome aesthetic puffers. The one I like is shaped like a Bic lighter and lasts all day. Good evening, Nick.
That's got to be better, right? Like that's got to be good. Okay. All right. Turn myself up. I will do that. We'll get me turned up here. Get turned. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay, that should be good. I'm going to stop fucking around with it now. Oh my gosh. Okay. Read my voice, Nick. You're perfect. Thanks. Thank you. I love being perfect. Speaking of perfect, we've got some early chats here. Treasure Island says, could have made a baby, but instead I was hanging out here. So there's that. You made the right choice. Don't worry. We'll impregnate your mind. The Pants Maestro says, just 2 more weeks. He should spend 2 weeks trying to flatten the curve. He'll do better. D74715 says, I feel vested. Who is Josh? What did he sue for? Joshua Connor Troon, Joshua Moon, I guess, is the owner of Kiwi Farms, and he sued the county, my county, to try and get my body cam footage released. That's what he did. It didn't work because the law says he can't have it. But he doesn't like not being able to have things because he's a giant child. And he is giant. He's very fat. Very fat. Cannot do 1 push-up. Stella AI VTuber says Jim the Cancer Man as Rekieta's dealer confirmed. Yeah, it was Jim the whole time, actually. 100% true. Mr. Medicare was my drug dealer. That's why he's dying, is because he was giving me all of his cancer drugs or whatever. Divining Rod says 2 more weeks. Money Pit reference. No, it's not Money Pit reference. Although that is a funny movie with Tom Hanks. No, 2 more weeks is a reference to what Josh Moon kept telling everybody as far as when the body cam footage would be obtained. I don't have, do I have? Oh, that would be nice. I do have a vape today. That was just, it's a reference to him saying he would definitely have the body cam footage in like 2 weeks and then 2 weeks and then 2 weeks and then 2 weeks. So kind of like, but it was kind of like COVID. You know, just 2 more weeks to flatten the curve. The Indomitable Green Skull says, please consider adding Duncan MacLeod's voice to super tips. That's a good one. That's a good one. I want to be able to tip in smug effete super douche canoe as God intended. Okay, so apparently I have 3 voices that are ready to be created. I've got a no tie Bronca, I've got a tie on Bronca, and I've got someone else. Tracy Z Collins says motion for a Trump avatar. They weren't doing politician voices, like major politician voices, for a while. I don't know. I don't know if that's still a thing. Let me go ahead though and pull up this document. We'll go through it real quick. This shan't take too long. Yeah. So big shout out. Oh, excuse me. That's gross. Big shout out to Legal Mindset. Some people think he is in some sort of trouble, that he's going through some hard personal times. I don't want to. No, don't do this to me now. Thank you. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if he's going through tough times. I don't know. I do know that the internet sometimes gets, people on the internet sometimes get an idea that something is going on with someone, and then, you know, like everything becomes confirmation bias after that point. And then I also know that sometimes people have things going on and the internet is not aware, or sometimes, you know, there's a combination. They get something right. I don't know. If people are not aware of that, Legal Mindset and I had some issues in the past. We buried those issues. So I wish him well. I'll check in on him when I can. By all accounts that I've heard, he's doing okay, but you know, like I don't actually know anything about it. So I can't speak to it, but I hope, you know, for his sake, that everything's going okay. And if there is some sort of thing going on, it's a temporary thing. Speaking of temporary things, this is not. This is permanent. This is the order. Oh my God, that is not pleasantly visible. Hold on. Fatten it up for you guys. This is the order from the Court of Appeals. Go away. The order for the Court of Appeals of Minnesota in my case. And we are going to do that. So I hear there's an MG Law raid coming. Let's see. So yeah, people are asking about Legal Mindset. Look, he and I buried our beef. Sounds colossally gay. We buried our beef with each other, in each other. It was passionate. No, you know, like we each acknowledged that we said some shit that was out of pocket about the other person. I don't know exactly what kicked it all off. I really don't. You know, at the time that he and I had a falling out, I was kind of I was kind of in my own death spiral. And I, frankly, sorry, I don't remember everything, specifics like that, because when I had whatever falling out with him, it was in, probably in text messages or something, or on Twitter. I don't remember. And I was probably on multiple substances at the time. And it's just not there. So I don't know what started it. I'm not really aware of it. I don't know if I ever knew what started it. That's kind of the way things go sometimes with when you involve mind-altering substances in your life on a daily basis. Like, it just, some things will never be back, or like might not have been there in the first place. I don't know. Who knows? But whatever happened between us, he and I are good. I wish him well. I don't know if he'll be back on the show or not. I don't have any plans to bring him on, but when I say that, please understand that I don't ever have plans to bring anybody on. I don't operate that way. I like bringing people on. I like having them on the show if we have something to talk about. Andrew and I tend to have some overlapping things, so maybe at some point we will do a show together. I don't know. Let's see. D74715 says, why can't you just talk about them Bears? No. No, I don't do that. I don't know about sports. I mean, I know that they exist and I understand the rules, but I can't get myself to follow them. I've tried. Closest I can come is following fighting, but that takes too much work these days. UFCs are too often. They used to come out once every year or so when they could afford to rent out a barn. So Carazola, I don't want to spread any rumor or whatever. I've heard stuff like that. I don't give it any credence because I've heard stuff like that about people who I know are not using, there's levels to everything, and sometimes something else is going on and it looks like that. So I don't really want to spread that around. I know when it was done to me. I know when it was correct and I know when it was incorrect as well. So I don't want to put that on anyone. It's not my place. It's not my business. I'm not here to save his life. He's an internet friend. I've met him in person. We had a nice time hanging out around Anime Matsuri. I accidentally stole his Ray-Bans, and aside from that, though, I'm not in charge of his life. I'm here to be an ear for him or whatever if he needs it. But I'm not going to sit and assume he needs it. If he knows exactly where to find me, and he's a grown ass man. I'm not his dad or his mom or anything like that. So I believe we've had a couple raids. We had Good Logic raiding the show. Thank you to Joe. Welcome to the Good Logic viewers. You're going to get some Pretti discussion in a little bit, and you get some personal stuff from me right now. Personal legal stuff, though. It is legal. It is an interesting legal issue, and it's not really been discussed because I held my tongue for the most part, other than to say I was fairly confident we would win, and we have. But we're going to do some legal discussion first, and then we'll get to the Pretti stuff. But yeah, just a shout out to my boy, Legal Mindset. You're a grown dude. You know how to find me if you need some help or need an ear. I'm not going to assume he does just because people on the internet say it. Like I said, I know how frustrating that was when it happened to me. Speaking of that, I also I no longer accept any DMs from anybody ever because apparently I am a groomer. That word, they diluted that one out pretty heavily. Apparently, I'm a known groomer because I had a relationship with one person one time. But okay, I got it. Who is an adult, by the way, by quite a bit. It's not like it's not like it was close. But we're not going to get into that either. It's just there's a bitter old man out there, very much frustrated that I spoke with someone and he doesn't know what was said. Oh no, watch out. Watch out. I'm going to talk to somebody. Like, come on. Here we go. Yeah. You're a pretty shitty groomer if she was an adult. Now, I met that woman when she was 28. Leave her alone. People have all sorts of shit to say about me, and that's fine. That's what I'm, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But, you can leave other people out of it. That'd be great. That'd be cool. But I do like this notion that I'm an evil mastermind. Like, that's funny. I don't know what I'm actually accomplishing. Because sometimes I'm like, God, I need to just work. Like, if I just sit down and work, my life will be great. Even more than it is. Like, it'll be fantastic. But like, something's always getting in the way, which is, that's just how life goes from time to time. For me, that's how life has gone for fucking, 18 years. It's just what it is. That you have to deal with the things that you deal with in your life, and you deal with them in the way that you deal with them. You prioritize them in certain ways. I've always prioritized, making sure my kids get their activities done, and they get to the things they need to get to, and they get the things that they want and need and can use. And so that has always taken priority. And, and after what happened with me and being separated from them for a time, it became a bigger priority. And I learned to say no to other things like doing a show or whatever, pushing through some stuff. When I wasn't sure, if I wasn't 100% sure that they would be taken, that they would get their, I hate saying they would be taken care of, because I don't mean that they'd be cared for or killed. Neither of those things were in question. So I just mean that their needs are met. So yeah, I haven't been streaming all the time, but other than that, things are great. Here we go. Speaking of great, this is from the Court of Appeals. This is filed today. This is filed today at, technically yesterday or whatever, at 4:19 p.m., so right before close of business. Based on the file record and proceedings, and because Josh Moon is fat, this appeal arises from an order following appellant Matthew D. Harden. This is Josh Moon's attorney, if you don't know. Following appellant Matthew D. Harden's motion to intervene in a criminal proceeding involving respondent Nicholas Robert Rekieta. That's me. Following a search of his home by law enforcement, Rekieta was charged by respondent state of Minnesota with second-degree controlled substance crime pursuant to Minnesota statute section 152.022 subdivision 2A1, which is possession of a substance greater than 25 grams that is not fentanyl. So cocaine primarily, a little bit of ketamine, and a little bit of whatchamacallit. Oh, it was cocaine, ketamine, and some MDMA that they recovered from a safe in my house. It was mine. I've pled guilty to it. It happened. It's a part of my life that is over and done with. But it is real. It did happen, and I'm not going to shy away from talking about it. And I've admitted to my faults. Unlawful possession of a firearm or ammunition pursuant to Minnesota statutes section 624.713. Subdivision 110.3/2022, and a child endangerment child endangerment pursuant to Minnesota statute section 609.378, subdivision 1B2/2022. To be very clear, people confuse this and believe that this is related to a test on one of my children. It is not. The child endangerment charge took place before the test took place. The child endangerment charge is because they found cocaine in a home where children were present. So they kind of default charge when that happens. With that said, that charge and the gun charge were dropped. Rekieta filed a motion to suppress evidence and dismiss the charges, arguing the search and seizure of his home was unlawful because the search warrant lacked probable cause. In support of his motion, he filed a memorandum of law that referenced the body-worn camera video of the two deputies who executed the search warrant at Rekieta's home. This is a weird sentence. Like, it doesn't matter. It should say 2 of the deputies. There were about 9, I believe. There were about 9 deputies, 9. There's 9 body cam files. Each one's about 2 hours long. It took a while to go through all of them. It wasn't really fun. It was interesting, though. 2 deputies who executed the search warrant at Rekieta's home. Additionally, in advance of the omnibus hearing, Rekieta uploaded multiple items into the Minnesota Digital Exhibit System, MINDES, including the 2 videos for potential use as exhibits at the hearing. In MINDES, the 2 body-worn camera videos are entitled Robbie Brannis and Quinn Pomplin. Those are the names of 2 of the detectives. Quinn Pomplin is the dork who was the lead investigator, who treated me like Scarface, which was kind of weird because I never like dealt drugs or anything like that, but all right. D74715 says, damn it, not even the opinion. Why the brief? No, this is the opinion right here. This is the opinion from the court. Okay, here we go. At the August 2024 omnibus hearing, the district court noted that Rekieta was requesting a Frank's evidentiary hearing. The district court then asked which of the items uploaded in MINDES would be offered as exhibits. Counsel for Rekieta responded that he was getting rid of the 2 BWC videos. And that's not the BWC you're thinking of, you just dirty sluts. Oh my God. I have way more than that. 2 BWC videos that were uploaded in the MINDES because the prosecutor had conceded the legal issue to which the videos related. A little backstory on this, without spending too much time. How do I word this? There was a 6th Amendment issue because they asked April, who was arrested at the time as well, they asked her some questions. She said she would not answer any questions without her attorney present. They said, okay. That was Robbie Brannis, who Mirandized her. She said she would like an attorney. Robbie Brannis then is asked to go inside, and Detective Quinn Pomplin takes over. This is within about a minute. Within about a minute of her invoking her right to counsel and to not answer further questions. Robbie Brannis tells Pomplin on the way, he says, hey, I Mirandized her. She said she won't talk without an attorney. Pomplin says, okay, walks up and immediately starts asking April questions. That's not legal. That's a violation of her 6th Amendment rights that she had invoked. She's not to be interrogated. Now, it's different if you invoke your 5th or 6th Amendment right and you start speaking on your own. But the police officers at that time are not allowed to further interrogate you until you have an attorney present. They can't just keep asking you and wearing you down. He acknowledged that she was Mirandized. He acknowledged that she had invoked her 6th Amendment right, and then he proceeded to ask her questions anyway. The answers to those questions were damaging to her. They were not damaging to my case. They were potentially they were damaging to her potential case at the time she made them. Well, none of us were charged yet. They were damaging to her potential case. I attempted to get them suppressed for a couple reasons. One, there were 3 criminal actions happening. There was mine, there was my wife's, and then there was April's. We were all charged. We all had open cases, and we had different schedules. There's a possibility that if there was a possibility of getting things taken out, we kind of had 3 shots at it because of that. Because we were all, we had subsequent cases. It was kind of like one person could take a shot, and then the next person, if they were unsuccessful. It was kind of how things were supposed to work out. It didn't really work out that way, but that was the idea. So I was the first one up with my omnibus hearing. Getting those statements removed would have eliminated her case entirely. So we took a shot at it. It didn't work. The judge basically said the issue wasn't ripe, and so we never had to talk about it. But to be very clear, the statements that she made just were statements that placed her in the home and made it easier for them to prosecute her. That's all. There's nothing super embarrassing. There's nothing whatever. She didn't like sing or talk to the cops and tell them anything. She just basically admitted to being where they found an amount of cocaine. And because she admitted to being there in Minnesota, you're considered in possession if you're in the room and you know about it. So that's all that was. That was the whole thing. So just an attempt to get those statements thrown out under her Sixth Amendment rights. Basically, the prosecutor said she wasn't going to use him in my case, and so it mooted the issue. We didn't have to fight over it. During the remainder of the hearing, neither the district court nor the parties made any further reference to the BWC videos. Again, that's because the prosecutor and my attorney had said, hey, we don't need to deal with this issue at all. It's all taken care of. Chris Griffin says, is April still around? No, April has not been around for well over a year. She's, I guess, right around a year. But she has moved on with her life, and she had done that. When I say she was still around a year ago, she wasn't like around. She had already moved on with her life, and it was just the last time I had significant contact with her was about a year ago. And that was because briefly she was living at a property that I owned and I was selling it. So I had to make sure she got her stuff out so that I could get rid of it. Okay. Anyway, I try not to talk about her too much because she's not involved in any of this stuff or in anything at all anymore. Like, she's got her own life and doesn't need shit haunting her. Unfortunately, she's in this document just because she is. But that's it. Instead, the discussion turned to which items in Mindy's were being offered as exhibits in support of the motion. The transcript of the hearing reflects that the two BWC videos were not offered into evidence during the hearing. On September 24th, the district court issued its omnibus order denying Rekieta's motion to dismiss. The order lists the items that were offered into evidence by Rekieta as exhibits at the hearing. The BWC videos were not listed as having been offered or admitted into evidence in the district court's omnibus order. But the two BWC videos were mistakenly marked as admitted in Mindy's after the hearing. I'm not entirely convinced that this was mistaken, but I don't have any evidence other than other things that were similarly mistakenly done. But that being said, I'll take the court's word for it. I don't have any evidence to the contrary at present. Here we go. On April 22nd, 2025, Hardin is Joshua Moon's attorney. I saw someone ask who Josh is. Josh is the owner of Kiwi Farms. Keep up. You should know all this stupid, retarded internet drama. Hardin requested access to the BWC videos by submitting a Minnesota Judicial Branch request form. The district court initially granted Hardin's request to access the BWC videos, provided he viewed them at the Kandiyohi County Courthouse, but revoked access on May 30th after the state filed a motion to correct court records in the case to properly reflect that the two body camera videos were never offered or received as exhibits at the omnibus hearing. This was amazing because this was very clever. This was a workaround. They filed this document based on an accident that I don't really understand how they knew about this accident happening, but they filed this request form in relation to the accidental filing, and I wasn't included in it. They didn't have to serve me, apparently, even though there are lots of people's rights who are implicated in that video. They were not allowed, or none of those people, self included, and some people who are not my immediate family and as well, they were not allowed to respond. They were not allowed to protect their own privacy or rights, which is a little crazy to know that is a thing that can happen.
It sounds like the baldo of justice has fully penetrated the prison purse of Mr. Moon, leaving behind a gaping, blown-out hole yearning to be filled again. He should have pleaded the fifth, micro-peen.
Yes. I'm serious. KK says, I'm just surprised I ain't banned yet. You have good mods. Look, man, you can say whatever about me. Go ahead. If people get particularly nasty about my family members, some people have said some really inappropriate stuff about my children, about my wife, and that will, you can say it wherever you want, right? But just not in my house. But if you're relatively, civil towards other people, you can be shitty towards me all day. I don't care. Go for it. Get it off your chest. Get it off your tits. Let's see. So here we go. In a May 30th order, the district court noted that both parties agree and clarify that their intent was not to offer or have the body camera footage marked in Mindy's as received. The district court further specified that it did not rely on the body-worn camera videos in its decision on the omnibus issues. Accordingly, the district court amended the Mindy's record to mark the 2 body camera videos as accepted, or as not accepted. There we go. Hardin filed a motion to intervene in Rekieta's criminal proceeding as of right under Minnesota Rules of Civil Procedure 24.01 for purposes of seeking to vacate the district court's May 30th order and to assert a right of access to the BWC videos. In a written order, the district court granted the motion to intervene, but denied Hardin's request for access to the BWC videos. In deciding to grant intervention, the district court recognized that Hardin erroneously relied on the Minnesota Rules of Civil Procedure to assert a right of intervention in this criminal case and noted that the Minnesota Rules of Criminal Procedure govern the case. This was really weird. So Hardin did move to intervene in my criminal case, and intervention in a criminal case doesn't make sense. That means that you have rights that are impacted by what happens to the defendant in this case. And I'm sorry, but you don't have a right to intervene on the criminal liability. And if you think about it, that wouldn't make sense because you could have someone literally come in and shield the other person from criminal liability. And that's not how things work. We don't get to do that. But other jurisdictions have allowed intervention in criminal proceedings for the limited purposes of retrieving documents. However, let's just put it out there. All of the citations to this involve documents that were not given to the defendant themselves. So not only were they asserting the right of public access, the defendant didn't have access to the documents. Typically, they're classified documents in the cases that were cited, including Abrego Garcia, the recent United States export to El Salvador. But getting back to it, he attempted to intervene. The district court granted a limited intervention. But here we go. The district court also noted the criminal rules contain no express provision for third-party intervention for this purpose, but the district court went on to conclude that despite the lack of directly applicable Minnesota authority, the district court retains discretion to allow limited intervention solely to determine access rights, provided that no disruption occurs to the underlying criminal process. The district court further concluded that Hardin has no right to access the BWC videos requested because the footage from the body-worn cameras in question was not formally offered or admitted and therefore remains outside the scope of public access. The district court also decided that no further briefing or hearing on this limited intervention is required. Hardin appeals. I don't know to who. Hardin, you meanie. I actually like Hardin. I actually like him. Arian, the vegetarian, says, don't miss my husband finally joining a live chat for the very first time. Oh my God, who is it? Don't tell. Wait, you can tell us if you want. I won't. If you tell me who he is, I won't flirt with him too hard. So here we go. Yes, I like Hardin. Joshua Moon has Hardin as an attorney because of me. That's why Hardin is his attorney, and I like the guy. I don't think he thought through this case very well, and I mean he's doing what his client asked, so I guess that makes it good. But hey, Hardin, ha! I know he didn't actually. He acted as a straw petitioner though. Hardin didn't argue the case. This guy named Oliver Bromke did, and that guy's a dork. That guy is not good at what he was allegedly doing. But Hardin may have done better on his own, but Josh was too busy trying to hide behind him for some reason. Like, I don't know why Josh didn't just say he was wanting to do it. But here we go. Hardin argues that the district court erred when it concluded that he is not entitled to access the BWC videos. Alternatively, he contends at a minimum that the district court should have held a hearing before denying his request. The state contends that Hardin has no right to intervene in a criminal case for the purposes of seeking access to the BWC videos. Both respondents also argue that the district court properly concluded that Hardin does not have a right to access to BWC videos. Both respondents is kind of confusing. They mean me and the county, me and the state, me and the county, whatever. But both respondents is not both parties. There are two respondents. There's the county, there's me. And then the petitioner would be Hardin. All right. Whether intervention is available to Hardin is a criminal case. In this criminal case, presents a legal question that we review de novo, meaning they review the whole file. Let's see. Addressing procedures applicable to enforcing settlement agreement. So these are just citations to this. I'm not going to read all of them. The Minnesota Supreme Court has adopted procedural rules governing both civil and criminal cases. The Minnesota Rules of Civil Procedure allow for intervention in civil cases under specified circumstances, but the Minnesota Rules of Criminal Procedure do not include any rule that allows for intervention in a criminal case. See Minnesota Rule of Civil Procedure 24.01-.03, allowing for intervention but applying only to civil proceedings. Minnesota Rule of Criminal Procedure 25.01, addressing the process for excluding the public from certain pretrial proceedings but not directly establishing the process for intervention. See also Minnesota Rule of Civil Procedure 1, explaining that the scope of the rules of civil procedure is limited to civil suits. Minnesota Criminal Procedure 1.01, explaining the rules of criminal procedure govern the procedure in prosecutions for felonies, gross misdemeanors, misdemeanors, and petty misdemeanors. Nor is there any binding case law recognizing a right to intervene in a criminal case, even for the limited purpose of seeking access to court records. Put another way, there is no Minnesota court rule or precedent allowing or providing for intervention by a third party in a criminal proceeding to pursue a civil remedy, as Hardin requests here. The district court recognized as much in its order, but it still allowed intervention for the limited purpose of determining access rights to the BWC videos. Because there is no authority permitting intervention in a criminal case in Minnesota district court, even for this limited purpose, we conclude that the district court erred when it granted Hardin's motion to intervene in this criminal proceeding. Oh my goodness, it's very, very upsetting. Very, very upsetting that they erred in that. Our conclusion is reinforced by the constitutional protections afforded to a defendant in a criminal case. Both the federal and Minnesota constitutions protect a criminal defendant's right to a speedy trial. U.S. Constitutional Amendment 6, Minnesota Constitutional Article 1, Section 6. Allowing intervention by a third party in a criminal case for the purposes of determining whether the third party should be permitted access to court records could disrupt or delay the criminal proceeding, potentially interfering with the defendant's right to a speedy trial. This constitutional consideration strengthens our conclusion that there is no right for a third party to intervene in a criminal case in a Minnesota state court to seek access to court records. Again, all of the cases that they cited around this had a very had a key linking component, and that was that the defendant did not have access to the documents either. Because if there's a right of public access, it's because the defendant has the right to release it. They just do. Like that creates, this accessibility to the public. The defendant can do it. If the defendant can't have access to their own documents, the public can't have access to them either. There's no way to get them at all. So the right of public access is created to stop courts from doing that. Or not created, I guess it was recognized. To stop courts from doing that, from not allowing the government to mark a document as secret or classified or whatever and withhold that from the public and withhold it from the defendant. In my case, nothing was withheld from me, and nothing was withheld from the public that would have been made public. Everything was available. Everything is open. There's nothing that's sealed or locked away at all. There is in my family case, that's a whole different thing. But in the criminal case, everything was available to the public. Everything still is. You can go download the documents that were used in the case. That's what's out there. You can't get access to the other stuff, because it wasn't used. So much of that stuff is private info. Some of it will maybe eventually become public. It's hard to say. Let's see. K to the Swiss says Nick wins. Yeah, and thoroughly and in an unclean manner, to be honest. Knock it offler 24. Knock it offler flurf. Hey, Nick, I sent you a super tip thingy the other day, but it was after your live ended. So see if it still exists. Always love your shows. You know what? I think it's Right here. Yes, here. I'll play it right
This
now.
gun situation is sad. BTW, look into Voopoo for your vape supplies. They have awesome aesthetic puffers. The one I like is shaped like a Bic lighter and lasts all day. Good evening, Nick.
Hey, what's up? Good evening. I am serious, KK. Sounds like Nick and his wife did coke and she blamed him for everything. She didn't blame me for anything. What are you talking about? The question is not who did coke. Like, that's not the legal question in Minnesota. The question in Minnesota is about possession at the time. At the time of the arrest, it was mine. It was in my locked safe that I had the combination to, and neither of the other people in the house did. So it was mine. I pled guilty to it because it was. There's no way around it other than that. They were going to probably win that case. So you go ahead and negotiate out the terms is what I would recommend. So here we go. Let's see. At oral argument and in a letter that Hardin filed shortly after oral argument, Hardin directed this court to authority from other jurisdictions that have permitted third parties to intervene in criminal cases for the limited purposes of asserting the right of access to court documents. We decline his invitation to follow these non-binding decisions for the reasons set forth above. Mahold versus Minnesota Gas Company just stands for the notion that noting that decisions from foreign jurisdictions are not binding. On January 26, 2026, this is just a couple days ago, Hardin filed another letter with citation to additional supplemental authorities. This letter was not promptly filed and includes argument. We therefore decline to consider it. See Minnesota Rule of Civil Appellate Procedure 128.05, providing that a party may promptly file a letter setting forth the citations to supplemental authorities without argument. Emphasis added. And contrary to Hardin's suggestions, our conclusion does not leave Hardin without a vehicle to challenge purported violations of his First Amendment rights, resulting from the district court's order denying access. The Minnesota Judicial Branch has rules governing public access to its records, and those rules provide a mechanism for requesting access. Under Rule 7, a person may request copies of judicial records that are accessible to the public. Minnesota Rule of Public Access to Records of Judicial Branch 7, Subdivision 1. If the request is denied, Rule 9 provides that the person may appeal the denial to the state court administrator, who shall promptly make a determination. Minnesota Rules of Public Access to Records of Judicial Branch 9. There's a rule book for everything. Additionally, persons who have been denied access to court records by a district court order have challenged such decisions by petitioning for a writ. In Camere, for instance, a newspaper company petitioned the Minnesota Supreme Court for a writ of mandamus to require the district court to release all closed documents in a criminal case. Minneapolis Star Tribune versus Camere. Similarly, in Anderson, two newspaper companies sought relief from the Supreme Court in the form of a writ of prohibition that would restrain two district courts from enforcing their respective orders, which prevented public access to documents relating to two pending criminal prosecutions. Northwest Publications, Inc. versus Anderson. Aggrieved parties may use these processes. They would lose dramatically on these, by the way. Aggrieved parties may use these processes to vindicate their rights without infringing on a defendant's constitutional right to a speedy trial through unnecessary delay and proceedings. And this really did infringe on my right to my right to a speedy trial, I guess. I pled out, right? But upon that plea, everything should be roughly finalized. It should be done. But it wasn't because of the intervention. I was then forced to go through and defend this. Like I was to fight for my own privacy, which is guaranteed to me by any reading of the law and every reading of the law. Criminal defendants have the right to a speedy trial under the constitutions of both United States and Minnesota. We therefore conclude that Hardin did not have a right to intervene in this criminal case to seek access to the BWC video. This conclusion, this is where it starts to get a little bit juicy, in my opinion, right here at the end. This conclusion is a sufficient reason by itself to affirm the district court. We may affirm the district court on any ground, including one not relied on by the district court. But they don't. They take the time, because they could have just denied it on this and said, we're good, fam. Get out of here. Too bad. they take the time to let him know that he was wrong, like completely incorrect. They take the extra time to write this out, and we're almost done with this. I know this is personal, and so I know it's not as it's not as universally interesting to everyone, but we're almost done with this. There's only a page left. Even assuming Hardin had a right to intervene, which he did not, the district court properly denied Hardin access to the BWC videos. A recent order of the Minnesota Supreme Court provides exhibits uploaded and stored in Mindy's but not offered to the court. Those exhibits in pre-hearing status are not case records of the Minnesota Judicial Branch as defined in the rules of public access and are not publicly accessible. Now, any lawyer in Minnesota on this issue should fucking know this. It doesn't take long to find out. Hardin is licensed in Minnesota, and so is Bromke. Both of them must have, unless they didn't do their jobs, must have known that they were going to lose on this case. They must have known from the start, which means they must have told Josh, which means that Josh lied to his little community for the purposes of extracting money from them, promising them something that he was not going to get. And any read of this law says that they were not going to get it. They were throwing a Hail Mary, hoping to God for a retarded judge. Like that was their only hope. The actual type of lawyering everyone hates is what they did. But if they did their job as attorneys, both Bromke and Hardin would have told Josh Moon, you will not win this. You will not win this. There's no way. And I would assume they did. Which means that Josh intentionally lied to his audience for the purposes of stealing money. Which just kind of reflects who Josh is. Fat and lazy. So this is from the order regarding the use of Minnesota Digital Exhibit System in Minnesota District and Appellate Courts. Here, the record reflects that the BWC videos were never offered into evidence as the district court found. Rekieta's counsel uploaded BWC videos in question in Mindy's before the omnibus hearing, as he was required by law to do, by the way. But his counsel decided to get rid of those two exhibits and never offered them at the hearing. The transcript of the hearing confirms this finding by the district court. The clerical error marking the videos as admitted in Mindy's does not make them publicly accessible. It is the fact that a document is offered to the court that converts such file into a publicly accessible document. Here, the record is clear that no such offering or acceptance took place. Because the BWC videos were not offered into evidence, the Mindy's order directs that the videos are not case records and are not publicly accessible. Therefore, the district court correctly concluded that the videos are not court records and are not accessible through an MJB records request. So this is what they mentioned earlier that had been done. They cannot win on this issue. They lose. They lose. Hardin also argues that the district court abused its discretion by not holding an evidentiary hearing on his records request. But because we conclude that Hardin has no right to intervene in Rekieta's criminal case, he has no right to a hearing, and any error he may assert is harmless. See Minnesota Rules of Civil Procedure 61, stating that this court must disregard any error or defect in the proceeding which does not affect the substantial rights of the parties. Minnesota Rules of Criminal Procedure 31.01, any error that does not affect substantial rights must be disregarded. We therefore discern no abuse of discretion on the part of the district court in denying Hardin's request for a hearing. It is hereby ordered. The district court's order is affirmed. Pursuant to Minnesota Rules Civil Appellate Procedure 136.01, Subdivision 1C. This is where I lose. This is the one place where I lose. It makes me sad. This order opinion is non-precedental, except as law of the case, res judicata, or collateral estoppel. So, unfortunately, we're not making Minnesota law here. Unfortunately, we're not making new law. We will not be recorded in the Northwest Reporter. But that's okay. That's all right. I'll just take the fucking victory. Wait a minute. I believe that Josh Moon made a wager with Ethan Ralph. I believe they wagered $5,000. Hey, Josh, you owe Ralph $5,000. You going to pay up? You going to pay up, or are you going to be a whiny bitch about it? I have a feeling I know which one it's going to be. If you not only lose to me through this, but you also lose to Ralph, how did you fuck up that hard? Hey, Josh, maybe it's time for a pulse check on your sanity. You are not the internet's god. You're fat. You can't do a push-up. You can't interact socially in person without sweating. The smell of you must be absolutely repulsive. Maybe go back to doing what you actually were good at for a while. You actually, for a while, were defending speech. You're archiving the internet. And you didn't get so fucking emotional, you woman. Those soft ass eyes. That's what started all this. It's so funny. You're so sensitive about how I tricked Drexel into making fun of your dumb face. It was all in good fun, brother. It was all in good fun. I actually felt bad about it because it was completely a joke. But that's what started it, because you're petty and insecure. You're a big, fat baby with the emotions of a mentally unstable, middle-aged woman. And it's really embarrassing, buddy. And that's coming from me. I destroyed my whole life really, really well. Really thoroughly for a little while. And you're embarrassing to me. It's kind of pathetic. I mean, it's really pathetic. It's not kind of. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Kate of the Swiss says, Nick, come on now. Are you going to tell me you wouldn't take money from a loony troon for a frivolous lawsuit? Look, I hope he pays up to Ethan Ralph. I hope he does. Ralph, if you need a copy of the order or anything, just let me know. I'll happily send it over if you want to have people check the wager records. You lost. Ah! You idiot. Again, at least Josh didn't give his kids Coke, Nick. I didn't either, you weirdo. But Josh doesn't and won't ever have kids because Josh has problems when it doesn't involve looking at Shota porn, according to Josh. So I don't suspect we'll ever see Josh tested on the children aspect. Also, there is a God, and I think he does have a hand in some stuff. Anyway, that's that. That's my personal issue. Try to keep it down to a shorter amount of time, you know. I'm not going to get over it for a while. I will be pursuing fees on it though, because it was an obviously frivolous lawsuit. There was no legal path to victory. There's no fact that could have brought a path to victory, and any elementary reading of the law by any licensed attorney in Minnesota would have said the same thing. And someone may have boasted that they were just doing this to try and cost me money. I do not expect to win on the fees just because of how that works in Minnesota. But, doesn't hurt a girl for trying. I had to, my lawyer had to spend a lot of time fighting this stupid, frivolous action. All because of one fat weirdo's obsession with seeing someone's kids. Gross. Gross. All right. Speaking of not gross, Holly Movie Star says, if must negotiate, what's your opinion? Plead no contest or not guilty. I mean, it depends on the case. It depends on the case. A lot of times you plead not guilty until you're ready to plea otherwise, or you fight it out. So your default plea is not guilty unless you're just conceding right away. Typically, if you can get a no contest plea, an Outford plea, and a Norgard plea, depending on where you are, they have slightly different purposes, different names, but the main thing is not admitting to the facts. Can be a really useful thing. Not admitting to the facts on the record can be very useful. So if you can get a no contest or an Outford plea, then oftentimes it's worth it. Heisenberg 2A says that's awful that he dragged it out. You should sue him and own his little website. I don't want to sue anybody. That's the thing. I don't want to sue anybody or do anything. I want to do my show, hopefully bring some entertainment to people out there, and a little bit of legal education from time to time, and tell stories and learn the stories of other people. That's what I want to do. That's it. Simple man, simple stuff. I don't have giant aspirations to intervene in the lives of anybody or interfere. I just, I might make fun of someone from time to time or whatever, but once I'm done making fun of their circumstance, it's over. Who cares? Like the joke's done and we move on. And they move on. And what do you do? Arklux, yes and no. I hate when drama interferes with life. I hate when drama goes too far or whatever. Do I hate people talking about, what happened or whatever? No, not really. What do you do? What do you do about that? Holly Movie Star says, what was wondering, basic law, no specifics. Yeah. I mean, you need specifics to make that determination. But I mean, if you're going to plead guilty and you can get a no contest plea or an Outford plea, do that. always maximize the amount of things you can maximize, your advantages and protections. Again, if you can not admit to the facts of the case and just admit that the state will present a case that finds you guilty, okay, good. Then you haven't admitted to facts that might be even in a way you don't foresee now, might become very problematic in the future. So mine, there was no way around it. I had to plea and admit to the facts of my case. But what was I going to do? I'd made public statements. Well, no, I hadn't made public statements yet, but I was going to, I was going to talk about it. It was going to be asked of me every single day until I said something. So I wasn't going to try and claim no knowledge of the facts and then go out on a live stream and be like, oh yeah, so here's what happened. That wasn't going to work. That wasn't going to work at all. But we didn't need to do that. The statute actually will protect all of it anyway. The statute that governed my plea basically allows the case to be sealed, and I'm not actually convicted of any crime. I'm on a probationary period that happened at sentencing, but I'm not convicted. I'm not a felon. I don't lose my rights. I don't lose my right to vote. I temporarily cannot own guns, but I don't lose my gun rights. A big difference there. When my probation is over, I will be able to own a handgun or rifle or whatever again, just fine. So, you know, those were the critical things of my plea. I didn't really care about admitting to the facts or not of owning cocaine. Okay. With that said, oh, and just in case anybody doesn't know, I didn't fully say it above. My guilty plea was to third-degree possession. I did not plead guilty to second-degree possession. There wasn't like a masterful negotiation or anything. That was going to get changed because they didn't, when they weighed the substances in the field, and they charged me with second-degree possession that included the weight of the bags that they were in. Those bags each weigh between 1 and 2 grams, and so there were 3 or 4 bags. I can't remember now, but there were 3 or 4 bags that, you know, that kicked it up over the 25-gram limit. So they were actually, when they weighed it in the lab, it was 19 grams. So they were not going to be able to sustain the second degree charge. They were going to have to drop it to third degree anyway. So there's that. All right, I'm done talking about me. We've got a fat guy to talk about. So, let's see. We have a large object to discuss, and I think it does merit discussion. This is in regards to Pretti, Alex Pretti. I hope you like my witty titles. Pretti stupid behavior and fat commentary from a weirdo. My other one was like pretty quick way to get shot. There's a new video of Alex Pretti. There's a new video out that shows him several days prior to being perforated, that shows him engaging with ICE agents. And people have asked, you know, what does that mean? What does that mean to what does that mean to his to the shooting? And the answer is probably nothing. Probably nothing. However, it's possible, and now more possible or more likely, not that it is likely, it's just more likely than it was, that these officers had some kind of knowledge, maybe of Pretti, of who he was. Maybe one of the officers is one of the officers who encountered him prior, maybe recognized him. You know, they have had a specific interaction, at least one that we know of, that did involve him spitting at the officers. I don't know if the spit made contact, and also involved him kicking a squad car. You know, this video, though, it does not actually change the calculus of the shooting unless it is evidence of foreknowledge of this person. If they know that this person is going to be a handful, if they know that this person is carrying a gun, these things change the, it changes the calculus a little bit. If those facts exist, the existence of the video does not mean that those facts do exist. That's pretty important. I do want to say there is a fact that does exist that is a tragedy right now. And that fact is that there's currently only one member on the stream so far, one new membership, which is, I don't even know who it was. I don't know where it was. I see the member chats, but I don't see the new membership itself. So I will go ahead and update the banner because YouTube says there's one member. We do have, I think we had a micropeen early on. But there's only one member so far on this stream. A great way to contribute to the show and also to help your fellow man or woman, as it were, is to do what Eric PP just did, dropping big PP energy in the chat with 5 gifted memberships. That gives people 1 month that they otherwise would not be able to enjoy. 1 month of access to membership streams, both past and present on this channel. And so gifting memberships is a great way to get more people in the member chats, or, the membership only chat. There was supposed to be a members only show this weekend. I have not forgotten. I think we're going to get to that tomorrow. I didn't have time to set it up today, and we've got some wild stuff in there. Some very, very creepy weirdos that we are going to make fun of. Who is not a creepy weirdo, though, I should say, is E. Poindexter, gifting 10 memberships. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Guys, if you get a gifted membership from Big PP, Eric PP, or non-PP, but huge member, E. Poindexter, make sure you just say thanks. Very cool of them to do that. That was 15 gifted memberships right there. That brings us to 16 members total for the stream. 1 micropeen in there. And this is, of course, sponsored by Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. You want to go to where the action is. I've never seen a more gifted culinary artist, nor a more gifted simp than Kurt. And Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop is how you can learn simpery and simple cookery all at the same time. Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop, full sponsor of the show, fully endorses everything I'm going to say, especially the stuff about another person named Kurt. Well, another Kurt Uncivil Law, who is not the owner of Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop, except he is. Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop has sponsored this scrolling banner. Very expensive, very hard to make happen, and Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop has made that happen. Grifty says, wait, what the fuck is a standard mod? Does that mean I'm only a closeted gay? I'm confused. No, you're openly gay. Still, a standard mod just means that you can't moderate the moderators. They're administrative mods that can moderate everybody. But you're a standard mod. I don't have any of the administrative moderators. Sorry. Grifty also gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Grifty, for doing that. Very, very fucking cool. Thank you for giving some people the opportunity to participate in the show in a little bit different way than they may have otherwise had. That's very awesome of you. Thank you. One day, guys, we're going to get this whole chat greened up. The whole chat will be green. If anybody comes in, they'll automatically get gifted a subscriber. New people will be, or a membership. New people will be born just to fulfill the amount of memberships that will happen on this show at some point. That will be in the future, though. It's not today, just to be very clear on that. It's not going to happen right now. I promise. I promise. But we will get there. We will get there.
Calling law enforcement.
Okay. All right. So we are now moving on to Alex Pretti and some fat commentary. Some fat commentary about it. Oh, I do have to show you guys something. I don't know that we're going to get into this at this point.
Or because he can't say.
I don't know that we're going to get into this video right now. This is a video. This is a live stream, and it's like an hour or something long that involves, it's 2.5 hours. I don't want to go through this right now, but we might. We'll see. I've got a much more condensed video to go through on this issue, but I have to bring this up. I have to bring this up because this is really important. Look at how fucking big Kurt is here. What is happening down south there, buddy? Holy God, get some border patrol. What is, whoa, wow. Whoa. God, that is big. That is a big pile of just whatever. Sunshine Deluxe, look at them tree trunks. That's not even what I was trying to click on. Or maybe it was. Oh, I think, no, it was this. George Zimmerman says, what the hell is the Dabbleverse? The Dabbleverse is a collection of failed comedians trying to convince other failed comedians that they are more important than them. I don't know how else to say it. Like, it's a group of failures arguing about like their own failure. They're comedians you've never heard of. They're comedians you can find doing, you know, open mic nights on like a Tuesday in a metro area near you, but predominantly around New York. And they somehow believe that that's like a career that is laudable. You know, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they like fish for sandwiches out of garbage cans generally. But yeah, they tend to show, like, YouTube is this beautiful thing. Because everything aside, YouTube does provide a rather objective view of success. You know, not the total success of your life or anything, but when you're able to attract an audience, you do. And when you're not, you don't. And the Dabbleverse has exposed several people to the fact that they were never actually able to attract and maintain an audience, that there was some artifice, some artificial implement bringing people to their show. Maybe they were part of a network or on a radio station or whatever. And so it's actually the brand that was bringing the majority of the audience, because once the brand was gone or they're severed from it, their ability to maintain an audience after that plummeted. It turned out their stock was zero the whole time. We're talking going from having a regular show on Compound Media, which used to be owned by Anthony Cumia, was bought by Gavin McGinnis, having a regular show and being paid a pretty significant salary, to not being able to live stream to more than 8 people. We're talking single digit live streams, which is crazy. And like, I don't mean to shit on small streams. Like, people have to start somewhere, but it's supposed to be a start. It's supposed to be a start, and you keep doing it and you keep doing it. And if you do it as a hobby, who cares? If you're doing it as a profession and you've been doing it for years and your live stream number is 8, then strongly consider anything else, like sample Tylenol or something. But go sell blood and semen. Whatever you have to do. And you can sell that to homeless people really, really quickly. Like, you don't even have to go into a clinic if you're efficient. See, this guy's got it. Joe Schmo says, wow, even you get more viewers and you're completely retarded. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Holy God. I know. But the Dabbleverse is a group of failed comedians who literally just talk about whatever glory days they had doing stand-up comedy at clubs that, you know, like, just needed background noise. Like, they needed someone to fill space, fill the air, and hopefully keep a few people at the bar. This isn't Billy Joel, the piano man, doing these sets. Like, they're not going to see these people. There's people are there, and people at the bar are there, and they're like, oh, what? There's like a thing tonight. Okay, cool. That's them. That's the Dabbleverse, and they all talk at each other and about each other or whatever all the time. And if you've never heard of it, it's because no one's heard of any of them. They don't do anything. They talk like they all talk like fake mafia guys. They're like, oh, I'm going to get you. I'm coming after you. It's the most weird gay kayfabe shit I've ever seen, because it's like, what are you going to do? Like, tell a stand-up joke about them? Like, I don't get how you're coming after them. Like, no one's out there murdering families or anything. Like, come on, let's go. Lazies. But they talk. They're like, you don't want to fuck with me. You don't. Why? What are you gonna do? None of these people have anything either. That's the crazy thing. They don't have like they were never successful. They don't have significant assets to take. So it's like you can't sue them really. I mean, you can, but it'd be a waste of your time and money. And they don't have reputations to destroy because no one knows who they are. But they really go after each other really hard, and it's kind of funny. Like, you can see why some of them could have been comedians, like maybe if they had buckled down and tried, or I don't know, maybe been funnier. I'm not sure. Chichunia says, good night, Nick. Love you. Oh, you too, girl. Have a good night. Always great to see you. Thanks for the super chat. Okay, what do we got here?
And Off Whore posted that she be single AF, and Kurt commented me too. It's the most embarrassing simp behavior I've ever witnessed from him.
I've got it.
It's more shameful than his micro peen.
Hold on. I've got it. We do not need let's see. Where is that? Oh my God. The universe is too funny. The great magnet always comes through. Always comes through. Here we go. Here we are. Deft Moon says, I'm super duper single, by the way. Okay. The greatest tweet in the history of Kurt is right here. Me too. If he would have hashtagged it, it would have been better. But he didn't think through that. When is my next bump, dude, Nick? Assuming you mean drugs. Not for a long time, my friend. Not for a long time. Hold on. Sorry. So that's Kurt saying me too. Just as a reminder, this is that specimen over on the right side here. Whenever I mouse over it to show you, it brings up the thing, but he's over there. That's Kurt. That guy is still single. I'm not sure. I was surprised. I don't know if, I'm not really sure if she likes breakfast casseroles or anything. I'm or Instapot meals. If she does, I think they really have a beautiful future together. But Kurt, I'll just let you know, like she's not intending to change the single status. That was a post just for you, and you did it. I'm proud of you. Chief Vince says she definitely takes a nice pic. Yeah, well, that's her job, right? Like, well, someone says, I don't know if she actually is an OnlyFans model. She might be. I've seen her on Twitter saying stuff, which, OnlyFans models I didn't think could talk. But I've seen that before, or maybe a picture of her came in my feed somewhere, because I know I've seen that that screen name, what was it? Deft Moons. I've seen it. So who knows? But that being said, yeah, I don't think she has any intention to change her status. And I think, yeah, she takes a nice picture. She better. It's her fucking job. Here we go. Some people do think like the OnlyFans route is like super easy. They're like, oh yeah, like, no, I'll just get my phone out and I'll just put my vagina on screen and I'll make money. And really, no, the competition on OnlyFans is pretty fierce. Like, I don't have an OnlyFans account, so like, I guess I'm speculating here. But if you go by Instagram, right, and the quality of photography that's going on, and I don't just mean the TNA. I mean like the lighting, the shots, the framing of the shots, the setup, all of it, the costume design, all of the shit that goes into it is quite a bit. Like the good successful people in that industry are good and successful because they put in the work, just like in any industry. So yeah, she better be good at taking some fucking pictures or else get a new profession. TMF Squid says, I grew up with hashtag being the pound sign. That made pound me too movement so much more funny than it should have been. Yes. Yes. We all did. And you're correct. It is very funny. I thought you were going to start your own OnlyFans. I've thought about it a lot. Not like I've not considered starting an erotic OnlyFans. I thought about starting and using OnlyFans as a platform similar to Locals for a while. But then I thought about it and I was like, yeah, they have non-sexual content on OnlyFans that's available. They don't have as much of it as other places, but they do. But the thing is, then people have to explain when that comes up on the bill, right? And the spouse is like, "What's this? What's this? Some OnlyFans whore that you're paying money to?" And he's like, "No, it's a lawyer and it's a guy." Oh my God, divorce me immediately. Like that would be, yeah. I just don't think it would work out. Had enough trouble. Like Locals was named that way, and at first people did think it was a dating site. I tried to make it into one. It didn't work. But okay. We got to talk about this. So this is Kurt's video. Alex Pretti shooting reveals Second Amendment hypocrisy. So this is one of his prepared videos. It's 17 minutes. And let's just see. Kurt is someone who treasures his logic and reasoning skills, treasures his knowledge of the law. He boasts in these things, and I suppose he should. Like they're his stronger traits. Stronger is always a relative term. Having traits that are stronger than weak traits doesn't make them strong traits. It just makes them stronger than the weaker trait, right? Like relative comparisons are relative. Very good tautology. Great job, Nick. Keep it going. Kurt takes pride in these things because they're the things that he does best. I want you to keep that in mind as we watch through this video. I really do. Kate of the Swiss says, "Oh, I bet 19-year-old girls are just waiting to get a sniff of Kurt's gunt." That's disgusting. That's disgusting. So here we go. This is Kurt, uncivil law colleague of mine, an astute video creator, talking about this. And this video has currently 8,300 views. It's not doing well. Like Kurt has been putting out some banger videos, like 200,000 views and stuff. Very awesome to see. Very, very glad for him. He's way better at doing these short videos than I typically am. Mine don't get that much traction. And I believe he's doing well studying under Nate the lawyer, who is very, very good at making those videos and getting them to catch and go viral. It's awesome. I wish I could do it the way that they do. I really do. Maybe someday I'll take the time and learn. Hello, everyone. I'm Uncivil Law. I'm about to autistic screech at you about the Second Amendment and hypocrisy.
Calling law enforcement names like Gestapo or using the term kidnapping. That is a choice that is made. There are actions and consequences that come from those choices.
I'm going to come. I'm going to come. That was a beautiful speech by a wonderful man, law enforcement, as you can tell, in uniform. We really have nice uniforms, wonderful uniforms, the best, really. I've been to places. I've seen nice uniforms sometimes, and I'd say those are very nice uniforms. Not like we have at home, though. Something great about ours. Every time you see it coming, you know It's going bad for you. Yeah. So what we've got happening with this Alex Pretti shooting is we have a shooting that's a little bit more questionable than the Renee Good shooting. And we've got a bunch of people who think that it's a little bit more questionable means that it's murder. And then we have people cherry picking statements. They're dumb statements sometimes made by public officials and stating somehow that statements made after the fact by public officials who are not involved somehow have anything to do with the decision to shoot by the two officers who made the decision to shoot Alex Pretti. What is up with this shirt? This looks like a barbecue bib. Good God. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine, we've been through the anatomy of Kurt on the membership video, not in a gross way. I mean, he's gross, but like, not that kind of anatomy, just the basic head and upper body shape, which is something that belongs in textbooks. I think I can't imagine trying to shop for a shirt. Like, his neck has to be like 26 inches, right? Like, you have to remember his head is a 27 inch or 28 inch circumference head. It's fucking huge. He's massive. His head is bigger than my wife's waist considerably. That's nuts. Oh, no, I don't manually turn it back to echo, which is why it echoes. I forget to turn it off of the echo. So I fixed it now. Yeah, Miss Elephant, we may get to that video. If I can get through this without calling Kurt fat too many times, we'll get to the new videos of Alex Pretti in which he's interacting with Border Patrol and ICE days before.
That was a quote from Greg Bavino, a commander at large for the U.S. Border Patrol, speaking at a recent...
You're a yeller at large. That was Deputy Commander, blah, 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 blah. Why do you talk like this? Stop it. It's like you're reading a menu. Oh, okay. What? No, that makes sense.
Press conference concerning the shooting that happened in Minneapolis. Now, usually, when we're talking about people not understanding the First Amendment, we might be making fun of college students. But today, we are talking about a federal law enforcement.
No one, you don't understand your own content. No one understands what you do. But here we go. This real quick. This is important. Dildo Shaggin says, Nick, are you wearing sunglasses indoors to hide the fact you're doing smack on the daily these days? I am drug tested randomly, brother. There's no doing smack on the daily without going to prison. It would only be a function of time. There is no doing smack at all. Like, you just can't. That's okay. Like, like there are phases that happen in your life, and you like, I don't mean that passively, like you go through different things because of choices that you make. And one day you're going to just have to like get over the fact that like I did drugs for a while and I don't now. And you'll move on. It'll be cool. Like, I guess you can hang out here and you can still be gay and stuff. Like, it's okay. We're accepting around here. Tracy Z. Collins says they streamed at the same time. Nate has 43,000. Ouch. Ouch. Well, this isn't the stream. The stream is over here. Kurt's stream has, Kurt's is 10,880 on the stream, but that's this is just a video. So here we go.
My commander explicitly telling American people that exercising their First Amendment right to criticize the government now carries consequences.
It does.
And in the context of what...
This is so silly. You have a right to free speech under the First Amendment, but everybody says every time this comes up, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. It doesn't. It doesn't. If you scream in the face of a cop or border patrol or whatever, you might get pepper sprayed or punched. You know why? Because you're in the fucking way. Go away, you child. What are you doing? You know, it bears hitting this real quick. Let me a brilliant person posted something on Twitter just a minute ago that's pertinent to this, and so we're gonna go to it right here. This is one of the new Alex Pretti videos. I said we might get to it. We're not gonna watch this whole thing right now. I don't need you to do anything other than to pay attention to everyone in this video. Pay attention to how these adults are behaving.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
That is a felony right there. That's a felony. Here's the crazy thing. They should have arrested and charged him. And if they would have arrested and charged him, his gun would be gone and he'd be alive. But these fucking losers have so convinced themselves that there are no consequences. And the government is so hesitant to put consequences because they are trying to protect the right to protest and the right to free speech. They're so hesitant to give them any consequences that they can commit forcible, violent felonies and just walk free. Like, that's crazy. This crazy. If your child did this, you would you'd cane them to death or something. Right? I don't know how to discipline kids. Like, I don't, whatever. I haven't done it ever in my life. So, you would never tolerate this behavior. This is not how adults behave. But these children have convinced themselves that they don't.
Our footage was analyzed by the BBC,
so here we go.
Whose facial recognition.
By the way, he has every right, this cop, to come over and fuck this dude's shit up and effect an arrest on him. Every right in the world. That is a felony, period.
Technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy.
Okay, first of all, see him flailing around like a toddler on a leash. Now I want you to pay attention to the other people as the camera pans out to a different view. And we see grown-ass middle-aged people standing in a street, screaming and whistling.
On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking the street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then...
It's felony destruction of property. Federal property. Bad choice. Not a good idea. Also, this is impeding lawful operations of Immigration and Customs Enforcement or Border Patrol. You cannot break part of a cop car. That's a felony. Or two. It's at least one. You have the facts of the willful or wanton destruction of property. Typically, property that's owned by the state is protected pretty well. You also have impeding violently or forcibly, I should say, forcibly impeding or resisting a lawful operation. That's 18 U.S.C. 111. The destruction of property statute would probably be charged under Minnesota destruction of property laws. I don't know. There may be a federal one, but probably not. They don't tend to need that. Those types of things are handled by the state. Anyway.
Dan got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
Actually, he doesn't push him to the ground until... Here we go.
During the altercation...
Help me! Help me! Shut up, you bitch! You're tough. 10 seconds ago. Hit me. Take me out. You start kicking the car, spitting at the officers. Now they come and it's man up time. And what do? Curl up like a bitch on the ground. Would I curl up like a bitch? Yeah. But you know what? I'm not going to instigate a fight. What are you doing? This is a grown-ass man, allegedly.
Agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd.
Not pepper balls?
They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
Now, this is interesting because they now know about him. This is days ago, though. I don't know if any of these agents are involved in the shooting. I don't know if they recognize him. He's wearing the same clothes because I guess maybe he's homeless or something. And they may have had a briefing on him as someone that they dealt with. They may have recorded his identity and been prepared to issue an arrest warrant or to report him to local authorities, even though local authorities aren't doing shit. I don't know. Who knows? Without those facts, we can't know if there's any actual impact on the shooting here.
Nick might accept the gays, but we don't do that homo stuff unless it's Friday or a members only show. Remember to share your member with everyone at random.
That's true. You should. Sharing your member is very encouraged here in this chat. If you've ever had the urge to just share your member forcibly, please do it.
The man in our footage.
This woman should be fucking embarrassed. So should this woman. Any of these people sitting there screaming at law enforcement. It's like this special needs class got let out into recess with the rest of the kids. What are you doing? Stop it. Go be grown-ups.
Is wearing a similar outfit to what Pretti was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
So anyway, let's just point out that when we're talking about exercising your First or Second Amendment rights, this guy actually, at that point, has technically forfeit his Second Amendment rights voluntarily. If they had charged him, which they might have been looking to do, we don't know. But if they had charged him, he would have lost his gun immediately. He would have been required by law to forfeit it during the pendency of the case. Unless he paid for unconditional bail, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
What just happened in Minneapolis, those consequences don't seem to be just a lawsuit or a banning from Twitter. They seem to be threatening some sort of violent action.
They don't.
Today, we are discussing.
They don't actually seem to be threatening violent action. The thing that's got you confused, Kurt, is that these people are not warning people that their speech will get them arrested or beat or whatever. They're warning people that the way you act around officers enforcing the law has an impact on how you are treated. And it obviously does. That's not controversial. That's not an infringement on First Amendment rights or any other right. That's logic. If you are impeding an officer in a lawful operation, they will remove you from the scene, violently so. They can escalate force. A push is not an excessive use of force under almost any circumstance, unless the person is, again, very particular, particularly elderly, frail looking, obviously sick. And I don't mean sick, I mean having chronic illness that makes them fragile. They're in a wheelchair, they get shoved over or whatever. This is not complicated stuff. They're saying basic adult behavior. Fuck around, find out. I don't really like this saying because it's being used so much, and it's the meminess of it is great, but the meminess of it also, I think, takes away from its effect a little bit. And but it's true. Fuck around and find out. If you act like a fucking idiot, they're going to treat you like a fucking idiot. If you act like a grown-ass person, they'll treat you like a grown-ass person. If you act like a grown-ass idiot, you get shot.
The recent shooting of Alex Pretti. We're discussing the absolute betrayal of the Second Amendment by the very people claiming to protect it.
No, we
And
aren't.
we're discussing the terrifying new legal theory the White House is pushing called assumption of risk. Now, if you
This is crazy. Kurt is so autistic that, sorry, I'll turn him down. On my end, he doesn't sound loud, but I believe you. Kurt is so autistic that he's going to take them talking about assuming a risk as the legal civil principle of assumption of risk involved in civil tort law. We'll dismantle that when he gets to it because it's just him being an idiot.
You thought by electing Donald Trump, the Second Amendment was safe because we have a conservative administration. Apparently, you were dead wrong. The Second Amendment.
Why? What's happened to the Second Amendment? What's happened since the election of Trump that has changed the Second Amendment? Some retard got shot at a protest. Okay, they didn't shoot him because he had a gun at a peaceful protest. They shot him because they perceived him to become a threat. These guys are not out executing people in the street. I know these assassination, execution, all these fucking words are thrown around because people have decided to capitalize on a thing to push their political agenda. And that's great. That's fine. That's wonderful. We're all very proud of you. You guys are so creative. But they're not out shooting people in the street. Tyrannical regimes do. They just go and they just shoot people. They don't need to wait. Tyranny doesn't need to wait for an altercation or a car like driving at a cop. Tyranny just walks up and shoots someone. Look to South American countries and see how tyranny goes. See what happens when they protest and demonstrate. Like in Nicaragua, they just shot like fully automatic weapons in the crowd. Like 14 students get killed or whatever. 14 commies, I guess. But still, that's what tyranny looks like. That's what despotism looks like. That's power. That's power that isn't checked by a constitution or a legal system. Ours, we're actually talking about prosecuting the government when it shot 2 people. And those 2 people were actively ignoring the rule of law. And we're talking about protecting their dead, lifeless bodies, about putting people in prison for the rest of their lives. The fact that we can have that discussion is a flex on the rest of the world in regard to rights. And it's crazy that we're allowing people, and I don't mean the government, I mean, we're not just shaming these morons out of existence. We're allowing them to carry on as if the Trump administration or ICE are infringing grossly on these constitutional rights. Do constitutional violations occur at the hands of ICE and other things? Yeah, of course. Just like they do at the hands of police all the time. It doesn't mean that there's systemic, intentional infringement on rights. It means that bad decisions sometimes get made. They do. And when they infringe on rights, there should be some adequate recompense for that. Punishment may be necessary. Compensation to the person who's wronged or aggrieved or disenfranchised. Yeah, of course. And we have a system that does that. Tyranny doesn't. We're acting like you can't do this. You can't protect yourself. There's no accounting for government mistakes. No, there is. There's a whole set of law around it. Kurt, you've been talking about it for days.
Amendment apparently isn't safe, and neither is the first. So let's get into it. First, we need to establish the reality on the ground in Minneapolis. Because the narrative the administration is currently trying to force feed you is fighting for its life against clear video evidence. Alex Pretti was a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse.
Was he? I heard he was fired or lost his job recently, which doesn't really matter in the shooting. But we're beyond the shooting now, right? Because this is about propagandizing whatever side it is. And I don't know why Kurt is on the side of liberalism here. He's masking it as Second Amendment protection or First Amendment protection. But this isn't about First and Second Amendment. Like, there are obvious alternative answers going on here. And there's thousands of people engaged in their First Amendment and Second Amendment rights right now in the same spot, and they're not having their rights infringed. What's the difference? What is it? Are we to assume that the tyrannical government has singled out Alex Pretti for death and then decided to orchestrate an altercation in which they could then justify shooting him? Are we there? Are we at that level of conspiracy theory? Jesse Ventura would like a word with you because that's bad planning. We don't do that in Minnesota. We know that's a federal agent from a different state. Come on. Are we there? Really? That's what we think's going on? We think Renee Good, like that was a conspiracy to murder her? I'm not sure. Because that's how they're talking. That's what they're acting like. That's what they're claiming openly sometimes. That somehow the government's really, like, they're really threatened by a woman driver. And we all are, but but not generally a federal agent. Unless he's around her at all. Or she's taking him to lunch or something. This notion, and guys, I'm anti-government. I hate it. I hate all of them. I want mild diseases to run through their lives and make them irritated at all times. I don't want them to do their jobs, generally speaking. I think that we should have less law enforcement. I think we should have less laws to enforce. That's what I think. And here I am going, wait, I'm the guy who's supposed to be yelling about tyranny, and you guys have me out here trying to be the voice of reason, going, no, we're not stupid, though. We don't want tyranny, but we can recognize that it's definitely not here. And the evidence of that is looking at any actual tyranny and seeing, oh, yeah, no, this is way worse normally. This is bad normally. Right now, you've got 2 dead people, which is very unfortunate, I guess. Kind of bought that one on credit. Speaking of buying on credit, I don't know if that's true. Adam Simon 82 has gifted a membership. Thank you, Adam Simon. Hopefully the person you gifted your member to was very appreciative and, will tell you how nice and big your member is. I don't know. Do you still have it? If you gift it, I think so. I think you keep it. Also, it's a good system that way. That does bring us to 22 YouTube members for the show. Thank you so much for bringing more members to the channel and giving people an opportunity to experience the joy of membership. So here we go. This is a person who supposedly runs his life on logic and reason. He plays logic games on stream. He talks about logic. He talks about empiricism and rationality. I believe Kurt is an atheist. In fact, I believe that's how Kurt and Nate met. I believe they met in atheism forums or something, if I remember right. Or maybe they had encountered each other passionately. No. But I think so. I don't mean anything by that. Like, great, cool. Like, you like Carl Sagan and stuff. Yeah, awesome. It doesn't bother me. But the point is, I believe that they kind of met or encountered each other discussing rationality and logic, as the alternative to religion, as the counter crutch of religion. If I'm wrong on that, then I'm wrong on that. It doesn't change the fact that this is something Kurt values, is logic and reason. Rationality is how he purports to run his life. Not his kitchen, but everything else. But we can now maybe see why he can't run his kitchen.
And he was a lawful gun owner. On January the 24th, he was on Nicollet Avenue.
We're told this guy's a lawful gun owner. And we were told he was licensed to carry in Minnesota. Has anyone actually proved that out? I don't know about this. I read something that maybe he was from Wisconsin, which then maybe he has reciprocity for a carry permit. I'm not sure. Minnesota doesn't really do reciprocity with a lot of states. We're not friendly with it. But we do have some. And Wisconsin is one that would make sense for us to have reciprocity with. But I don't know that this guy's a Minnesota resident. I don't know I don't know that he's actually lawfully carrying. And here's the problem. The moment that he engages in unlawful activity while carrying, he is no longer lawfully carrying. Arklux says, why are we hating on Nate? Well, we are not. I have no hate for Nate at all. I'm just saying I believe that they met on an atheist forum. That's not hateful. What are you talking about?
Minneapolis, filming federal agents who were conducting an immigration raid as part of Operation Metro Surge.
Here's the first problem. All right. Operation Metro Surge isn't just a clever, witty aphorism given to this operation by like a media. Operation Metro Surge is the name of the operation of surging the metropolitan area of the Twin Cities for the purposes of removing Somali, Venezuelan, and Mexican unlawful migrants. That's the purpose of it, which means that any of the activities related to that operation, which he just said, that's now a lawful operation conducted by federal agents. And any impediment to that is forceful is a felony under 18 U.S.C. 111. You cannot get in the way. You can't stop a car. You can't kick it. You can't push an officer. You can't jump in front of someone getting pepper sprayed. You're committing a crime when you do that. Period. You are. You may not like it. You may think that's oppressive, tyrannical stuff. Like, okay, sure, I'm with you. 100%. Let's get rid of that law. That makes sense. But it is the law, and it is a lawful, presumptively lawful operation. And by the way, there was a federal judge in Minnesota, Biden appointee, of course, who got an order the other day that said that the feds could no longer use pepper spray and blah, blah, blah. Right? Can't use pepper spray or flashbangs and the gas canisters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, guess what? That order got appealed and they fucking, like, the federal government won because, of course, they were going to win on that. A state court can't bind federal operations. You can't do it. There's a constitution. People keep referring to it, but it's like they've never heard of any of the contents and don't understand what federalism is. The federal government wins unless it's a specifically held state right. The feds will win. The Constitution gives them that. You cannot have an argument about constitutional principles and say that they are being infringed if you constantly ignore the constitutional authority of the federal government to act in this way at this time. It was funded by Congress recently. They didn't need to, but they recently passed it in the big, beautiful bill. It is big. It is beautiful. It is bill. Just like Clinton, right? Like they passed it recently. This isn't old. This isn't the Immigration Act of 1967. This isn't borrowing language from 40 years outdated immigration policy. This is this past year, within the past 12 months. This is what the people voted for, literally. Their representatives and president agreed. Now we're acting like they can't do it? What makes you think they can't? But Kurt's already given up the goat here, which is rare for him to give up food. But he's given up the goat because he's acknowledged the presence and the active nature of an ongoing federal operation. Now, when you interfere with it in any way, all actions must be considered as criminal for that impediment.
Now, the administration's immediate narrative in response to this incident was that Pretti was some kind of assassin who approached agents and brandished a weapon.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Now, that is...
I disagree with that statement, but the crazy thing is, it kind of is starting to look like that, isn't it? Because 13 days prior, he got into a physical altercation with officers after destroying property. He comes back to the protest with a gun, starts acting a fool. Now, he didn't pull out a gun, start blasting cops. But it's starting to look a little bit more like that. It's starting to look a little bit more like he went there with an ill intention. Does that mean he has to die? No. But the way he acts might be informed by that. And that's for us to understand. Now, the cops may actually know who he is because he might be a member of this, I don't know what they're called, like this uprising movement or whatever, that's trained to get in the way of cops. Like, that's conspiracy. I heard it's a signal group. Everyone on that signal chat who coordinates and assists in the active impediment of law enforcement operations is committing conspiracy to commit 18 U.S.C. 111. Hard to prosecute because the forceful nature of the impediment is critical to the law. But this guy forcefully impeded law enforcement twice. The second time he was disciplined, I guess.
It's the standard I feared for my life rubber stamp that would clear 99% of police shootings. But then the video came out. And what can we see? Well, we see a man standing on a sidewalk. He's holding a...
Wrong! You see a man standing in the fucking street. Why are you lying? Why are you lying about this, Kurt? What is wrong with you? It's like you lying about the macros. Buddy, we can tell. But he is not on a sidewalk. He is on the street. He gets pushed onto the sidewalk because he's not supposed to be in the fucking street. This is not hard or complicated. Houghton says everyone is suddenly acting like at the end of the day, the supremacy clause doesn't exist. Yes. Also, there will never be justice for that guy. There wasn't for Waco or Ruby Ridge, and there won't be here. What justice does he deserve? What justice does he deserve at this point?
Phone and apparently filming. Now that is First Amendment protected activity.
That is standing in the road directing traffic into a place that ICE is cordoning off is not. That's not protected First Amendment activity. And saying otherwise is stupid. Why are you stupid?
He has every right to stand on that street and film the police.
He does not. He has every right to stand on the sidewalk, which would be true if that's what was happening, but that wasn't true. He does not have every right to stand in the street. That's a street. He's also within the cordon of an ICE operation, ICE and Border Patrol. They are trying to get people out of that area. You don't have a right to be there. I'm sorry, it's a road. You're temporarily unavailable. Kind of like the calorie counter on your watch. Charitard91 says justice was served. It was served on a dish cold best.
In conduct of their duties. He then is tackled by a half dozen agents. And most critically,
half dozen agents. Why are you talking like Shrek? What's wrong with you?
The video evidence suggests that his firearm was removed from his waistband before the fatal shots were fired into his back.
This has been given so much credence, and it's actually a rather small fact. The removal of his gun is a much smaller fact than the presence of guns at all and his behavior. His behavior is what matters. They don't know if he's got another gun. They don't know if he's reaching for the gun of a cop. There's 6 cops, like Kurt said. This is someone who is resisting arrest. And they are arresting him. Like, I don't know if you know this, guys, but when a cop grabs you and puts you on the ground, you're arrested. You are arrested at the moment. Fourth Amendment is satisfied that you are under arrest. And certain rules and protections kick in when you're under arrest. But affecting that arrest, that if they put you on the ground, you're not free to go. Hoyton says, I'm just saying federal immunity is a hell of a thing. It is a hell of a thing. But, federal immunity doesn't exist for excessive force claims they can remove to federal court, but they are not immune to an excessive force claim. But they have to be able to prove that the force was unreasonable.
If the gun was secured and they shot him anyway, that is not self-defense.
This isn't self-defense. This is use of force. There's a difference. Self-defense involves the use of deadly force. Absolutely. But this isn't defense of self. That's not what's happening. It's defense of others, defense of the public. Maybe defense of self if an officer claims, like I'm sure they will claim self-defense, they feared for their own safety. But logically, they also feared for the safety of the officers next to them and the general public. What if this guy had another gun, got up and just started spraying and started tagging people in the crowd? You know, just because he was nuts, because he had gotten hit by a canister and was stumbling around, was knocked into silliness. He didn't need to be knocked into silliness. This guy talks like he talks like a fag and his shit's all retarded. I'm tired of like even considering these people like as adults anymore. Like I don't want to say they don't have rights. I'm saying they have them, but they don't deserve them. They're not exercising them in any reasonable or rational way. What are they protesting, actually? What is it? Go through it and think. What they're protesting is the removal of unlawful immigrants, period. That's what they're protesting. ICE is doing that. Operation Metro Surge. Like, I can't believe they're enforcing the law. Why? Why can't you believe that? Hioten 2, welcome. Joining at paralegal level. Thank you for that. Very cool of you to do so. That puts us at 23 members. Guys, we're in spitting distance of arbitrary number 25 on subscribers here. If you want to pitch in, gift a sub or two, or 200 or whatever, like you can do that, and we will achieve arbitrary numbers, which is awesome. I love that. I love being able to say that. I don't know why. There's something nice about like 5s and 0s, right? Unless you're dating them. That being said, again, these people have the right to do all this stuff. But what they're actually doing here is baffling. It's not behavior that we would support as rational adult behavior. It's not the exercise of rights that looks like an exercise of rights. It looks like a tantrum. And we've got Hioten 2 says he's become a member again, but what he actually did was upgraded to super lawyer status, which means not only does he go from being a mere paralegal, which is embarrassing, but he escalates himself to the elite ranks of super lawyer, which is the same thing as being a regular lawyer, but you pay a magazine to call you something different. And usually if you're paying someone to call you something different, you're paying for them to call you daddy. But they call you super lawyer at this one. It's much less erotic. Holly Movie Star says, people criticizing law enforcement actions. CBP agent did not fire until that first shot went off. Where it came from is a question not many asked. Now, there's some conflicting stuff I've seen on it. We can maybe take a look in a minute. But this one is this is Kurt talking on principles. And that's why I'm going after this video specifically. We're not bickering over facts here. Kurt's talking about principles, First and Second Amendment. And by the way, whoever said I dyed my gray hair and beard, I'm tempted to dye my hair gray, dude. Like, what are you talking about? I don't ever want to get rid of gray hair. I try to get more of them. I got arrested to increase the number of gray hairs specifically. Lady Raggets really likes a little bit of gray in the old beard and hair. So I'm going for it. I always have been. I'm just too damn young sometimes.
That appears to be a murder. But the facts of the shooting, as tragic as they are, aren't even the scariest part of this whole story. The scariest part is the legal defense the administration is inventing to justify it, and those who are so pro-MAGA that they are defying their own Second Amendment values. For example,
Diamonds and Henna, I don't know how to tell you this. There's no tinting of my hair. I would literally color it gray if I was going to color it. I have no reason to color it darker. I'm not embarrassed by my age or anything like that. Gray in my hair and beard is desirable. I would prefer it. So no, it's not tinted shampoo. I don't know what the obsession is over that. I like gray hair. I want more of it. So I'm not going to color it away. You sometimes don't see it because of when I trim up, it becomes less prominent, or say when it gets combed a certain way. I don't know. I don't know how it sits. I'm also not holding my hairs up to the side so you can see where it primarily the grays hang out in here. You can see maybe some, but I'm not, you're looking at me front on. I don't have much gray up here at all. Trying. I sit and stress out in the mirror. I'm like, come on.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, flanked by the Department of Justice, looked the American people in the eye and argued that carrying a gun in the presence of law enforcement constitutes an assumption of risk.
Here's where the tism of Kurt is really kicking in. Constituting an assumption of risk. Assumption of risk is a tort law principle, tort law concept, right? You can expressly or impliedly assume the risk. You know about an express assumption of the risk because I'm assuming some of you have signed a liability waiver somewhere. It says you're going to be participating in said activity. This activity carries certain risks. You are acknowledging the risks when you sign it, and you're waiving liability outside of wanton or willful acts by the other party, blah, 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 blah. If you've ever run in a race or a marathon or done any physical activity, and I know that for some people like Joshua Connor Moon, that's never happened in their lives. But if you've done any physical activity with any physical exertion or physical obstacles or anything like that, then you will have expressly assumed the risk. That's the tort law principle. Implied assumption of the risk is when the risk is obvious and notorious and you participate anyway. You impliedly assume the risk. These are obvious things. They're basic tort law concepts. They're not trying to apply tort law principles to this, Kurt. They're not talking about the law. They're not making a statement of law. They're not making a legal argument. They're making a colloquial, obvious argument. If you have a gun and you fight a cop, the cop is going to consider the fact that you have a gun. If you have a gun and fight a cop, you're asking for a coffin. That's not a principle of law. That's a principle of duh, motherfucker. What are you thinking? But let's see what she says. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's going to be like, actually, it's in the third restatement of torts, assumption of the risk. We're going to apply that to federal firearms enforcement during lawful arrest. What are we doing here? We're not in court. She's not speaking to a judge.
Any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms, and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And
Kurt, she's speaking colloquially. Saying assumption of risk doesn't make it a legal statement just because she borrows some language. Looks like she was a little flustered in how she was talking and how to properly deliver the message. But she's not doing that. I don't know. His tism gets in the way sometimes. By sometimes I mean all the time. Speaking of not tism, Solid 5356 became a YouTube member at the super lawyer level. We got people out here making good life choices. Good life choices. That brings us to 24 members for this stream. That is 24 good decisions that have been made so far. You're all welcome, of course, to make as many good decisions as you want. And that good decision is sharing your member with someone else forcefully, aggressively, and passionately in the chat. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Back to this.
And that's unfortunately what took place on Saturday.
Now, for those,
If you get into a scuffle with police and you have a gun, they necessarily have to be concerned about the gun. There's a gun. You could pull it out and kill them. It matters. It matters a lot. You know what else matters? These little transitions are so dumb and cheesy, but they work. Chief Vince El Jefe gifted 5 memberships out here touching people in the chat. Beautiful to see. Really wonderful, really beautiful interactions like nobody else. Thank you, Chief Vince El Jefe. Guys, if you got a gifted membership, make sure you toss Vince El Jefe a little thank you. Very nice to see. Looking at you, Lori Sisson or Crystal Kressel, James Sletner, Carmen Not Electra, and your Muslim uncle. Oh no! Looking at you guys, make sure you just say thank you. It's polite. Have some mother effing manners. That puts us at 29. Oh, we've passed 25 now. 29 YouTube members for the stream. Thank you. You guys are great. As always, supporting the show, making this work out, fueling these late night verbal orgies.
of you who didn't go to law school, and honestly, based on some of the commentariat out there, for some of you who did, let me explain why this is a legal.
Kurt, no one needs you to explain this because it's not actually relevant, because that's not what she was saying. It's really rich of Kurt to be out criticizing the legal commentariat. Kurt's legal commentary is trash and has been for some time. I never knew in the past because I didn't care, right? It's like, okay, go check out Kurt's channel. If you like him, cool. Like, hang around. I didn't pay attention to him. What is he doing here? What is this? Good pause face.
Combination. Assumption of risk is a tort doctrine.
Yep.
It's a defense in civil lawsuits.
Yeah.
It means, for example, if you go to a baseball game, you might assume the risk that a foul ball might hit you in the face. It's the idea that
not if you're a man, you just catch it. Just do that. Just catch it. You don't even have to put your beer down. Catch it in your teeth.
if you go skiing, you assume the risk that you might hit a tree.
That man has never been skiing in his life. Could you imagine the fucking liability waiver that the skis have to sign just for him to step into them? Oh, God, please no. He would go down that hill like a missile. There'd be no stopping him.
Voluntarily accept dangers inherent to the activity. Now, the administration seems to be arguing that exercising a constitutional right like the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and the ability to film the police is somehow the legal equivalent of skiing.
Did everybody get that from the press secretary? Because that is called a standing broad jump of logic. Like, what are you talking about? She didn't say that at all. The mild, brief, seemingly erroneous allusion that she corrected to assumption of risk, even if she intended to say assumption of risk, wasn't a legal statement. It's not made in a context that a legal statement is required or appropriate. And it's certainly not made with the relevant data and argument around it that would be useful in conveying it. She just knows that everybody around can, if you have a standard IQ, which isn't even high, can figure out what assumption of risk means. It means that you have assumed some risk. If you have a gun, when you fight cops, you're more likely to die. This is not hard. It's not because you have a gun, like, and you're exercising your rights. It's because you are now more of a threat than you otherwise would be. Promise to keep it to fisticuffs. Gentlemen, I won't even draw. Let's go. Bully. Like, what are you talking about? They don't have to believe you. They don't need to fuck around with you. They don't need to sit and fist fight people either. They have a job to do. What are these people doing? And why are we excusing this? The scary thing is, considering that, like, if Kurt had a client, he wouldn't advise them of these things. Like, I don't believe that Kurt would maintain this position in representation. If he did, it's malpractice. If he did, that would be malpractice. But I don't believe that he would. But he's turned off his brain entirely to make this idiotic rant. And for what purpose? For 8,000 shitty views? You're going to make $13 on this video. Go. Woo.
They are arguing that federal agents are somehow dangerous instrumentalities, like a wild animal or a faulty roller coaster. And if you dare to bring a gun near them, you have assumed the risk and consented to being killed. Now, to my mind, this is heresy. The Second Amendment.
Your mind is heresy. What are you talking about? That's not what they said. That's not what they meant. That's not what the legal analysis is. And to keep telling people that it's not a consideration in use of force that someone has a gun on them is fucking malpractice, you retard. Why would you do that? Why would you be like, oh no, you can just carry and mess around with cops? You can't. You can carry and be around cops. Notice they didn't attack him for his gun. That's not why they engaged Alex Pretti. Alex Pretti was engaged because he put his hands on the canister of a police officer who is deploying pepper spray on a non-compliant person. And then he physically again put his hands in the way of and on an officer who is attempting to effect arrest of a woman. And then he resisted his own arrest. 3 criminal acts right there. Grabbing at the canister potentially merits use of deadly force. What are you thinking? You can't do that. You can't grab a cop's taser. You grab a cop's taser, they shoot you. You die. You grab a canister of pepper spray, they can shoot you and you can die. And they're going to be justified. You can't grab a less lethal instrument from a police officer. You don't have the authority to do that ever. Doing so is an express assumption of the risk of dying. Yes. Yes, it is. But they didn't tackle him because he had a gun. He'd been sitting there screaming like an unhinged woman, yelling at them to come fucking fight him. Well, they did. You got what you asked for. That's like ordering a chili dog from Wendy's or a Dairy Queen. You're going to pay for it, brother. What are you doing? Everybody knows you don't do that.
Is not a hobby and it's not a sport. It is a basic fundamental constitutional right and is arguably the teeth of the Bill of Rights. You cannot assume the risk of death by exercising a right guaranteed by the Constitution. That makes absolutely no.
You actually can. You absolutely can exercise a right and increase the risk of death. For example, if the government wants to put soldiers in your house, they can't. Third Amendment says no. But if they try and you fight the soldiers, you'll die. Game over. They'll shoot you. They'll be wrong. But this isn't a legal question. This is about assuming the risk of dying. Because again, the press secretary wasn't making a legal argument before an appeals court. She was just talking like a person. I know that's hard to understand because you have a disability or whatever, but my God, we all thought you could at least fake it.
No sense. If that logic held, the Bill of Rights is dead. Because of what value is
that logic doesn't hold because it's not being employed by anyone but you. This is a straw man. This is a thing no one is actually arguing. No one's actually saying. You've constructed it. You think you're clever and smart and witty, and now you can argue it down. But it was a fake thing the whole time. Just like the idea of your neck buttoning, it will never happen. It's because the neck size on your shirts is the size of a waist. You'd have to wear a pair of jeans upside down to get a collar buttoned on Kurt.
It's the Second Amendment. If by exercising it, you are putting yourself at risk from the very government the Second Amendment is designed to protect you from. This would be like arguing that a journalist assumes the risk of being beaten by the police merely because they decide to cover a violent protest.
They do. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. You can avoid being beaten by the police by not being around them. Being around the police increases the risk that you'll be beaten by them. You may not be beaten by them. That doesn't mean the risk wasn't there. Being around anybody increases the risk that you will have a negative physical confrontation with them. You never know. Maybe they get the last order in at Crumble Cookie. Maybe they say the U-cut is inferior to the taco cut at Subway. These people should all be killed. And you being around them, just in their mere vicinity, increases the risk of that of this violent altercation. Doesn't mean you're going to have one. Increasing risk means increasing risk, not guaranteeing an outcome. Having a gun around a police officer increases the risk that you will be shot or arrested. Because even if they're effecting arrest on someone else, they then have the authority to disarm you for officer safety because you're in the vicinity, which then creates a confrontation between you and a police officer where they're going to say, "Give me your gun." And if you say, "No, I got a Second Amendment right," and they say, "Yeah, you're exercising it right now. That's great. I'm going to hold that until we're done effecting arrest." They sometimes will say this with a fist or something, but it's stamped on their knuckles. Trust me. And they will grab your gun and disarm you, which is legal under Terry versus Ohio. It's always been legal. It has always been legal for a cop to disarm someone while an arrest is taking place or a lawful operation is taking place, and they're armed. It is lawful for them to temporarily seize that weapon that puts them in danger. So they're going to disarm you. You've now increased the risk of that confrontation. And in the same way, if you're a journalist and you're there recording the police, you increase the risk that you may accidentally impede their lawful or operations. Maybe they turn around and want to walk the other way and you're behind them and you can't move because there's someone behind you. Guess what? Guess what? You're going to have an encounter. You may get punched. You may get pepper sprayed. You may get shoved. You may get forcefully, sternly talked to. You may like it. Be careful. Be careful what you ask for, because you'll only get what you deserve. And you deserve good things. You're good. You're okay. But again, Kurt is doing the thing. I'm sure you guys have seen the meme if you're on Twitter going around where it says that Democrats are in the habit of intentionally misunderstanding things to make communication impossible. That's what Kurt's doing right now. Doesn't mean he's a Democrat. I don't know or care what Kurt is politically, because he politically, whatever. Legally speaking, rationally speaking, reasonably speaking, he's an idiot.
This would be like saying a homeowner assumed the risk of a warrantless search because they closed their curtains. And as may come as...
It wouldn't be like that at all. What are you talking about? That's completely different. Bad at analogy, bad lawyer. Hands down. Lawyers analogize. We love to analogize. We love to buttagize things. No, you have to make analogy because nothing is ever the same. Nothing's ever exactly the same. It's always like something. So you have to make comparisons. You have to use synthesis of legal principles that exist, of authority, etc., and then analogize the facts of your case to the facts of the synthesized cases. You have to make this one thing seem like the other thing. Saying that this would be like increasing the risk of a warrantless search because you close curtains. Those two things aren't rationally related. There's nothing about closing curtains that suddenly justifies a warrantless search. There's nothing about closing curtains that increases the likelihood that a warrantless search will happen. The only way you could maybe get there is by saying that having your curtains open would allow them to maybe avoid doing the warrantless search that they were intending to do already, because they can look inside and see that there's nothing there. That's not going to happen, but that's the only way you could possibly get there. But being in physical proximity to a police officer, especially when you are potentially going to impede their lawful duties, does put you at a higher risk of a confrontation. It does. It literally places you next to them in a time when you could otherwise not be. The warrantless search, that don't make no sense. That dog don't hunt or whatever.
No surprise to you, the Supreme Court has actually dealt with these ideas in other contexts. It's called
in other contexts, not this one. Let's see how your analogy goes here. It's called
the unconstitutional conditions doctrine. The government cannot condition the exercise of one right on the surrender of another. You can, in fact, have all your constitutional rights all at the same time. It's not a pick one and forfeit the rest kind of doctrine. But here the administration...
But see, Kurt, that's not what you're arguing is happening. That's the crazy thing. Even when you come up with your own analogy, it's not any good. You controlled those circumstances. How did you fail? The Good, the Rad says, heard this asked years ago. Interested now. What would you say to someone wanting to know how to get to heaven? Like you, man, my Bible favorites are the most crazy people ever. What would I say to someone wanting to know how to get to heaven? Find it on a map, get in a car with a convertible top and drive in the summer. If you want to go to heaven, go there. If you're worried about getting in after you die, I would suggest you worry about how you live. Just in general, it's more important. Because if you believe in heaven, if you believe in Christ, he's got you already, brother. So there's nothing you have to worry about doing to make it in. You made it. Yay. You got it. The only thing you have to worry about is choosing not to go. I guess that's what they say anyway. Worry about living well now. Be good to the people around you. Not because you're going to get into heaven. You're already going. So are they. Be good to the people around you because, it just produces good outcomes right now for you. If you want to really get into the theology of it, you can go look into the Old Testament at what heaven and hell were. Heaven really didn't exist for Jews for a really long time. Hell was a present state of being and at different times, physical locations. It wasn't about after death until much later. So, stop worrying about this shit. You have a whole New Testament saying, don't worry about this. Don't worry. I know we had you for 1,500 years or 2,000 years or whatever. I know we had you all worried about this as Jews. You don't have to worry about this anymore. There's a whole bunch of books all about it. Christ has your back and your front and your sides, even the ticklish ones. 200 Watt Studio says, what came first? Petty unhingement causing the divorce or his divorce causing him to be unhinged? I didn't know he was divorced. Oh, his ex-wife spoke up, didn't she? When I read that, my brain just read widow, and I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't see what she said. Was it nice? The Iceman says, simple argument to Kurt. If I go to Compton and shout certain words at men there, I'm assuming risk, using my free speech because I will be reprised. The minor difference, of course, is that this is the government and you should, in theory, you could go into the Compton Police Department and shout those words and not be arrested. Not recommended. Do not endorse this behavior, but in theory, it exists in that way.
It seems to be effectively telling you can have your First Amendment right to protest, or you can have your Second Amendment right to carry. But if you try to use both at the same time, well, the government can just kill you. And that
Not what they said. Not what they said. Not what they said. You're making shit up. You're making shit up again, fatso. You're bending the truth again like a steel bench. They didn't say that. They said it's risky to have a gun around like law enforcement when they're like tackling people and shit. That's true. That's just true. It's not a legal principle. It's not a constitutional threat. It's just obvious. The Good, the Rad says, cool beans, decent answer in practicality, and agree on the historical background of it. Hell wasn't really a focus, more of a given. You're either with the Lord or not, and you lived it or not. I found a cool channel that talks about apocryphal mythology, I guess, and it's really cool. It's called like Pantheon Mythology or something, and the one on Yahweh was really interesting, and it confirms some stuff that I've seen before. But like how Yahweh went from El to El Shaddai to Yahweh. How he evolved as a god throughout the Old Testament is really interesting and goes unnoticed most of the time because of the way that we tend to read and engage the Bible. It tends to be presented in snippets that don't involve the historicity of Old Testament characters and Old Testament mythology. And so it's like it was a really cool channel. I'm going to watch it some more. I watched the episode on Abaddon. This is way off topic. I'm sorry. But I like to shout out cool content. It's very straightforward, but there's really neat stuff about these characters that we know of through Christianity, and they are not known through Christianity through all of history. They're known in other ways. You know, Christ is kind of late to the game. So, I mean, I know in the beginning he was the Word, and the Word was with God. I know all that, but he was late to humanity's game, and so you know, seeing the evolution of that laid out is rather enlightening. What do we got here? 200 Watt Studio says, you can carry, you can protest, but you can't wrestle with cops during an apprehension, Kurt. That's always true, whether you're carrying or not. You can't do it.
brings us to one of the most infuriating parts of this entire saga. We are seeing a real-time political realignment based on gun rights, based on what they want to be true for this situation. We are apparently seeing a complete realignment of American politics in real time. Suddenly, we have left-wing organizations, Antifa, socialist gun clubs, people who usually think AR stands for assault rifle, sounding like the founding fathers. The left wing.
They don't sound like the founding fathers. They sound like the founding fucking idiots. They're not talking about constitutional principles, Kurt. They're using whatabouts to justify their poor behavior. They're saying, well, what about Kyle Rittenhouse? Well, what about him? It's not the same situation. It's not the same thing. He doesn't involve himself with the police with a gun. Actually, he does approach the police holding his gun. He puts it down, has his hands up immediately, and complies with everything they said, including going home. Why did Kyle Rittenhouse go home? Is it racism? They hated the white guy, Alex Pretti, and liked the slightly Hispanic Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know if he's slightly Hispanic. I made that up. But is that what it was? It was racism that caused it? Or maybe it was because he was reasonable, calm, and compliant. And then they issued an arrest warrant later. They did that, but he went home. He went home that night. Thank God he did, by the way, because he almost died. And it would have been a nasty death, trampling or some other horrific thing. Incessant diddling at the hands of Joseph Rosenbaum, the kid fucker. Gross. Nothing of value was lost at the hands of Kyle Rittenhouse. But when he encountered police, he complied immediately. He followed their instructions, and he went home. Alex Pretti intentionally encountered law enforcement in a confrontational, forceful, felonious way. And he got exactly what he asked for. I don't know why anybody's confused about this.
Is currently the one online saying that people have the right to keep and bear arms. What kind of world are we living in? And on the flip side, we have the conservatives, the law and order crowd, the right wing, suddenly arguing that you don't have the right to a Second Amendment if there's a protest involved.
Literally no one has made that argument that is serious in any way. Not a single person. What they have said simply is what is true. If you have a gun at a protest and you're engaging the police, you're increasing the risk of there being a bad outcome that you do not want. You would like to go home. Going home is good. Dying is bad. Very simple math on this one. And if you bring a gun to a cop fight, you're going to get copped. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Now, this strikes me as incredibly strange because it wasn't that long ago that it was the Democrats.
Kash Patel did make that argument, actually. He didn't quite make that argument, though. That's not quite what he said. Kash Patel said something stupid, but are we surprised by that at this point? No. If you bring a gun to a protest, you increase the risk. It's totality of the circumstances, baby. All these people talking about having a gun, Alex Pretti should be able to have a gun at the protest, were just the other day screaming totality of the circumstances at us over Renee Good. Turns out they didn't understand what that meant then or now. They've just forgotten. A gun is a circumstance. All the time. Every time a cop is involved, if there's a gun, it's a circumstance.
Who are arguing for this, putting in place restrictions in cities under their laws that says you can't carry a gun to the protest. And who was protesting that at the time? It was the right wing. But suddenly it's the right wing that's in favor of it. Who knew?
I haven't seen any serious right-winger advocate for a change in law to prevent the carrying at the protest. Have I missed this? Did I miss this bus? Was Rosa Parks occupying all the seats after the buffet? What the fuck? Where did this argument come from other than Kurt's mind? No one is saying you can't have a gun or you don't have the right to have a gun. They're simply pointing out the fact, hey, if you have one, it's a variable that you got to consider. Same with a knife, by the way. You can have a cleaver on you because you're going to go chop up some chickens from Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. This show and The Counter is brought to you by Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. You can actually buy Kurt endorsed, Kurt branded kitchen cleavers, proper for deboning and destroying chickens, and also acquiring dates. Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop with special edition emblazoned cleaver. Perfect for impressing that date by ordering her into the Uber at the hands of your cleaver, just so you can get into that beaver. Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop will help you get both.
We have people like Matt Walsh and Jack Posobiec. Now, these guys often talk a big game about liberty, and they should. But once the guy holding the gun is a federal agent from...
Matt Walsh is retarded. Can we just stop with Matt Walsh? Can we stop? He occasionally says something that you're like, oh, yeah, no, that's right. That's cool. Yeah, like, I got it. And then the rest of the time, he's just writing nonsense. Well, I think speaking nonsense now. Who cares? I don't ever want to be judged by Matt Walsh as like a conservative or as a right winger or whatever you want to fucking call me. I don't care. Like, I never want Matt Walsh to be the barometer. That guy would be offended by a fucking cereal box and he'd write a 10-page oratory on how it's corrupting children. Like, Lucky Charms, oh my God, the Irish are pedophiles, as we can see by Lucky running around saying, don't touch me, Lucky Charms, which is obviously his testicles. Okay, Matt, we got it. Tell us more about Stranger Things, bro. Jack Posobiec, same thing. Who listens to Jack Posobiec? Like, who's listening to these people? These people deliver red meat to people who want beef. They're at the fucking butcher saying, give me a New York strip that's 2 inches thick. And for once, they're not talking about a woman named Regina. That's what they do. That's what they do. These are not serious advocates of policy. These are not serious legal discourse purveyors. These are just people giving red meat to an audience for money. Awesome. They're really good at it. Jack Posobiec could sell my pillows to Mike Lindell. That doesn't mean we are listening to them on any sort of legal analysis or arguments or policy or anything like it. We just go, hey, this fucking idiot's a socialist commie scumbag out here screaming at the nice ICE officers who are just trying to hand out deportation baskets to the little children. Yeah, he's right. Is he right on the law? No. Is he right in what's happening? Yeah. That's what Alex Pretti's doing. He's a fucking communist out here screaming at ICE, and they're using the guise of tyranny to endorse a system that is systematically tyrannical. Never forget that. The alternative advocated system is tyranny intentionally. That's crazy. This is crazy. These people would enforce socialist and communist government policies at gunpoint in a heartbeat, in a moment. They literally advocate it because our system allows them to. It recognizes their right to do it. And we're out here like, oh, look at these champions of freedom. No, they're champions of utilizing a situation to convert from a system of freedom to overt tyranny. They want it. They think they will be the boot on the neck to a man without fail. They want to be the boot. They're not mad that you lick boots. They're excited that you might lick theirs pretty soon. That's what they want. That's what they believe. Kurt's out here pretending this isn't real. Kurt's out here. Kurt, you've been doing this for years. You've seen every one of these people. You've seen the phenotype. Your phenotype is, pizza. But you've seen the phenotype, the skinny, shrieking socialist, tough guying it up in the streets. These people would have a government boot on your neck in a heartbeat. They're out here advocating freedom, liberty. No, they aren't. They never were. They reluctantly own guns. They're like, well, we need to get these. Let's go to our liberal training classes. Like, what are we talking about? We know that this happened. It happened during 2020, openly. I wonder when Alex Pretti became part of like a resistance group. Was it during BLM? Was it what was he doing in 2020? He was an ICU nurse. Are we sure about that? Is that true? Is that real? Was he still in school? What was it? Was he rampaging down the street somewhere? I wonder if we're going to find out.
Their administration, apparently everything's A-okay and they suddenly fold. Matt Walsh is calling for protesters to be treated as violent insurrectionists. Stephen Miller called...
Hey, guess what? Matt Walsh has a First Amendment right to say stupid stuff. Matt Walsh isn't in the government. Did you forget this? Matt Walsh is in the Daily Wire. That's it. He's with the Jews. The rich, very fast-talking Jews. Only the fastest. Whose wives are dry as Sarah.
Even Barnes is calling the parrot shooting a murder. I think he's way off and didn't watch the video very clearly and is mainly reacting to a clip.
Barnes, I don't really agree with him on this shooting, which is fine. I've disagreed with my friends all the time. We're lawyers. We're used to it. We'll be okay. Barnes is going hard on this one. I'm not sure what he's triggered by. It might be some of the people involved in the commentary that I know he seems to not really like from the outset. That might be some of it. Barnes, though, is a champion of the individual. He is a populist, individualist, which is kind of a weird combo, but that's what he is, pretty openly. I think that's why he voted for Trump. I don't think Barnes was always a Republican. I remember a live stream one time Barnes saying specifically, all of my friends were surprised that I voted for Donald Trump, and all of my friends will be surprised when I don't vote for Donald Trump, or something to that effect. When he, like when power shifts, he defends the little guy. The little guy in this case is two options, right? The little guy would be, if any of the officers are charged, they'll be the little guy. But right now, Alex Pretti is the guy who's dead at the hands of government. He's the little guy in the situation. Barnes defends that guy. That's his default thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it might be impacting his analysis here. But my conclusion wasn't as conclusive as Renee Good. When I went through this, I concluded, based on what I saw the other day, now there's more stuff out there, but based on what I saw the other day, I think this one merits a jury trial to resolve some facts. And I think that resolving those facts in a fair jury, they still find that it's a justified shooting. But I think there are questions, and I think the answers to those questions really determine the outcome in this case. In Renee Good, you'd have to be surprised by an answer. In this case, there are non-surprising answers that are feasible that could make one or more of those officers guilty. That's true. That's real. That just is. In the Renee Good shooting, under the law, there's nothing that makes that officer guilty outside of him having a statement of, I'm going to shoot this bitch, before anything happened, or him having a picture of her on his locker that he kisses and then screams at in rage, and then draws X's over her eyes with black Sharpie, and then licks the mouth of the picture. Maybe that's happening, but outside of this ridiculous fact that we don't have any indication exists, the Renee Good shooting is a good shoot. This shooting has questions that could be feasibly answered either way, and have a jury vote either way and be within the law. Not just a bad jury decision. I do think there's unresolved things. I think those things, these are cops. These are cops. And I believe this guy's like a 10-year veteran or something. These are cops. Cops are good at testifying. Cops are good at testimony. They play well because they have their uniform. They become sympathetic and authoritative, and they talk with experience about what they've done. And they've usually testified before. Now, I don't know if this guy has specifically, but a lot of times they have. So they present really well in court. Outside of critical mistakes, probably going to be found not guilty by reason of justification. That doesn't mean, though, that those mistakes won't be made. And that doesn't mean that they could reasonably come across facts that might exist right now that are not far out things that would say, this is not justified for at least one of the officers. That's true. Barnes is going hard in the paint. I respect Barnes' opinion. I respect Barnes, even when I disagree with him. But I don't know what's got him so riled up here. But who cares? It makes for a good show. Barnes gets to talk in the way that Barnes does, and everybody likes that.
Pretti, an assassin. They seem to be demonizing a lawful gun owner because he was also exercising First Amendment.
You're not a lawful gun owner. The moment he touches the cops, he's not a lawful gun owner. He's not. Actually, prior to that, he's not a lawful gun owner once they start arresting him. But the moment he touches the cops, specifically, he's no longer lawfully in possession of that gun. You cannot have a gun during the commission of a felony. Now, 18 U.S.C. 111 says specifically who uses a weapon in the commission of a felony. I don't know how the federal courts have resolved the word uses in the statute. So I don't know if he would get the enhancement. It'd be something they would definitely fight over if he were going to trial for a violation of 18 U.S.C. 111. They would argue for the enhancement because of the presence of the gun. They would probably suggest that him having the gun and having it be visible in the waistband was intended to change the threat assessment intentionally, that he wanted to be seen as more threatening, that he wanted to be seen as intimidating, and that constitutes use. That's what I would guess their argument would go towards. but I haven't researched that issue, so I can't say specifically how that would go. It all depends on how the courts have interpreted the word uses in 18 USC 111. But we'll never find out because this fucker decided to die on us like a coward.
Rights in a way they don't like, protesting immigration crackdown. They seem to be supporting a narrative over the Constitution. If you only support the Second Amendment or the First Amendment when it's convenient for your political tribe, you don't really support the Second Amendment or the...
Alex Pretti was unlawfully present in a place that was in the way of ICE. And all they did was attempt to move him because he would not comply with being moved. That's it. He was not exercising his First or Second Amendment rights. You do not have a First Amendment right to remain in a place when ordered out of it by a law enforcement officer. You don't. Like when they're uniformed and all that stuff, and it's notorious. If they're undercover or something, yeah, you don't have necessarily have a reason to believe them. That's different. This is pretty obvious. You don't have that right. You're no longer lawfully acting. Stop it. Stop saying this.
First Amendment at all. At that case, you're just a partisan hack who will support any argument as long as it defends your side. No intellectual consistency, just go to...
Kurt, everything about you is a consistency of cottage cheese. There's no intellectual consistency, logical consistency, legal analysis consistency. There's no legal reasoning consistency. There's not even factual consistency. You're saying things happened that didn't. And you're talking about a video that it's on that you can tell that you're wrong. And it's not debatable. It's not disputable. It's not like, oh, well, he might be on the sidewalk. He might be on the street. He's in the fucking street. He's waving cars in. The ICE agents approach him. Get the fuck out of the street. I'm pretty sure they even say it. Get out of the street. He doesn't move. He gets moved. That's how it's going to go every time. They could have arrested him and put him in the back of a squad car. They could have done that. Imagine the lunacy. Instead, they tried to just move him. What does he do? He gets up and interferes with him moving someone else. Move! Get out the way! Get out the way! Move, bitch! I want to layer that, the move, bitch, right over every shove from that ICE officer.
Team go. And if you want even a clearer illustration of this hypocrisy in high definition, let's talk for a moment about Kyle Rittenhouse. Anyone remember Kyle? I do. Have you guys seen Kyle? Seen Kyle? About this all? Seen Kyle? About that all? I remember Kyle. I haven't talked to him in a long time. He's married now, so I stopped. I don't want his girlfriend to get jealous. Wife? I don't respect her, so I don't. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. No, I just, I haven't talked to him in a long time. I had some personal stuff. He seems to be doing really well. I remember Kyle Rittenhouse very well, Kurt. I remember what Kyle Rittenhouse had a gun at a protest for. It was because he was protecting a property from being burned by a looting mob. He was not defending illegal immigrants from being arrested by ICE. There's a difference. It's a big one. One's unlawful. One obviates your Second Amendment rights because you don't have a Second Amendment right to engage in unlawful activity while carrying a gun. You specifically don't have that right. Defended him on this channel. The entire conservative movement rallied around him. Why? Because he had a right to be in Kenosha. He had a right to be armed. We argued this.
He wasn't fighting cops. He was fighting pedophiles in the name of justice and bisexual spray. Come on, stop. What is wrong with you? Where did you go? I hate that I ever liked talking to Kurt. I disagreed with his legal takes pretty frequently when we would get into discussions, but so who cares? But this is so fucking irrational and so stupid. It makes me sad.
Vociferously on this channel, as well as the rest of the right wing, that his presence at a riot did not negate his right to self-defense.
This is interesting because I didn't remember this, but now that you say it, it's planted in my brain, and I think you might be right. I think Kurt might have been initially on the Kyle goes to prison side. The day after Kyle Rittenhouse shot and angelified two scumbags and deleted the bicep of another, the day after that, I said, when I saw the video, I said, this is so obviously self-defense. It's obviously self-defense. He's not guilty. The gun charge is completely bogus because the gun law in Wisconsin specifically allows 17-year-olds to carry rifles. Specifically allows 17-year-olds to carry rifles. So I said, yeah, he's not guilty. Right from the start. There was no question in my mind, not for a moment. If he was found guilty on anything, it would have been a miscarriage of justice under the law. That happens. It happens all the time. But it didn't here. But now that you mention it, I kind of do remember that. Fuck.
That was the left wing that argued that, remember? So what exactly is supposed to be the difference between Kyle?
What's supposed to be the difference between Kyle Rittenhouse and Alex Pretti? Let me count the 6 officers that he was fighting with.
Kyle Rittenhouse and Alex Pretti in the first instance. They were both present with firearms at an uprising. Did they not have the right to be? Some people have tried to say that Alex Pretti didn't.
They were not both. Kyle wasn't on the side of the uprising. I mean, just at a very basic level. Kyle wasn't on the side of the uprising. Kyle was carrying a weapon in defense of him, potential defense of himself from the uprising. Alex Pretti is not there for a lawful purpose. Alex Pretti appears to have been there for a specifically unlawful purpose. Conspiracy to commit forceful impediment of a lawful operation. Conspiracy to commit 18 U.S.C. 111. If he was deployed through a signal group for the specific purpose of interfering with police operations, and he was carrying a gun, he was not lawfully carrying, he does not have a Second Amendment right to do so, he's engaged in a felony crime, and having that gun is not permitted. And we need to stop this nonsense, pretending these are comparable. But let's see how Kurt compares him. I'm sure it'll be rational.
Have his permit on them. But really, you want to turn to technicalities like that and argue that somehow he forfeits his right to the Second Amendment? What team are you on?
What team are you on? I don't know. The rule of law? The obvious rule of law? The Constitution? The one that says that ICE can, that the president and Congress working together can enforce immigration laws that Congress wrote and the president signed? That one. That's the one. That's the side I'm on. It's not that hard. I'm not on the law enforcement side. I don't like cops. I don't like federal cops. That doesn't matter though. Like, that's not what it's about. It's about what is the underlying purpose of the thing. I'm not going to go to an ICE protest under any circumstances because what ICE is doing is lawful. If you don't like it, unelect people, elect people, impeach people, whatever. Change the leadership, change the law. Juggalo Debo. Kyle was on JD Delay this evening. I don't know who that is, but cool.
I thought we were all about the right to carry with or without a permit. And suddenly we've got conservatives looking at the finer point of the paperwork to convict Alex Pretti. This is a lot like those people who wanted to convict Kyle because he crossed state lines. Like it made any difference, even if it was true. Kyle Rittenhouse walked into the middle of a mostly peaceful riot, according to Left Wing, with his rifle openly displayed. We all said that was totally cool. Alex Pretti stood on the side of a sidewalk with a concealed pistol. Apparently, this is now very bad. Kyle shot at private citizens who attacked him. That's good. Alex was shot by federal agents who attacked him. Apparently, that's also good.
They didn't attack him. What is going on here? What is going on here? arrests. I said this on Bronco's show earlier today. If you want some educated takes on this, go watch Bronco's, analysis, or watch Bronco in the debate with Joe and Nate. Not debating. I don't know if Joe was involved in either side of the debate. I'm not sure. I don't know where Joe falls on this. I know that Bronco was debating Nate. You should definitely check out what he has to say. He is a literal expert in this area of law. He is worth listening to, even if you disagree with him. I forgot where I was going with that while I was sitting there praising Bronco. God damn it. What did Kurt just say? It'll trigger me. God, look at these freeze frames. He's about to sneak a burrito in from the side. Okay, Kurt.
This is now very bad. Kyle shot at private citizens who attacked him. That's good. Alex was shot by federal agents who attacked him. Apparently, that's also good. If you defend...
Oh, yeah. So I said on Bronco's show, because people keep saying this, they were assaulting this woman or whatever. Yeah, arrests are assaults and kidnappings. They're legally justified. They're a legally justified use of force. An arrest is a kidnap. I don't want to be arrested. I don't want to go in a cop car or to like a place and then be held against my will. That's a kidnapping, except it's got a legal justification. They have legal authority to do the arrest. Same with any use of force. It's an assault. It's assaultive. All of it. But it's justified. They've been imbued with our right to police our communities. That authority is granted to them, and a monopoly on violence is granted to them. It is a monopoly on violence, though. You do not have a right to violently oppose a law enforcement officer. You don't. You don't. There's like one Supreme Court case from the 1800s that happened on an Indian reservation, and the murder was pretty obvious. That's about it.
Kyle Rittenhouse, but you're attacking Alex Pretti. You are telling the world that you believe the government has some special rights that you don't, especially if you're not minding.
They do. What are you talking about? Go arrest someone, Kurt, right now. Arrest him. Throw a burrito-shaped blanket on him or a tortilla-shaped blanket on him and roll him up. Arrest him and put him somewhere. See if you get away with it. Guess what? The cops can do that. They do have a special authority. They were granted it by us. We gave it to them. The law enforcement power is derived from the citizens' 10th Amendment. But it is an authority that we gave them. And in doing so, we gave up our right to engage violently, other than in self-defense. We gave them monopoly on violence to the state. You do not have the right to violently oppose the state. You don't.
Every P and Q when it comes to concealed carry. Apparently, if you're not following the exact letter of that concealed carry law, then federal agents have every right to shoot you.
No one has argued this. No one's argued that at all. Actually, most people on the right would say that the burdens put on concealed carry holders in Minnesota are too onerous. They should be reduced. They should be less restrictive, less demanding. If they were the way they should be, Alex Pretti might have been lawfully carrying instead of unlawfully, except he's not the moment he engages in other unlawful activity. Look at your fucking face. What are you doing?
You are saying that self-defense applies to a mob, but not apparently against the state. And let me tell you something that should be obvious to every person who believes in the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was written specifically to protect us against the state. That's its entire purpose. But now we have people willing to throw that.
No. The Second Amendment was not written to guard us from the state and to protect us from tyranny. That's not why. The Second Amendment was not written so that we would take up arms against the government. The Second Amendment was merely written so that the government could not take our guns. They could not regulate away our guns. not for defense from the state. That's a byproduct. It's a useful one. It is not the purpose, and we've got to get that out of our fucking heads. It is a bad argument. It always has been. The reason you can't have my guns is because fuck you, it's my gun. Not because, I might need to defend myself against the National Army. That's dumb. That's always been dumb. But the product of it, the result of it, is the fact that we will have 300 million people who might have a gun. And the army, the National Army, might think twice about deploying against its own citizens, about implementing tyrannical laws. They might think twice. But that's not why it was written. It was written because governments always take guns. And they said, no. But a gun was a tool and a weapon and a decoration and an heirloom and a throwaway item. It was all of those things. It was any of those things. You can't take them away. Why? Because, well, tyrants take them away and then implement tyranny. But it was written because fuck you. That's why. That's why I keep my gun, because fuck you. Not because of hunting, not sport shooting, not self-defense, not tyranny defense, not any of that. Because fuck you. That's why. That's it. Stop it. Stop. This shit argument is so fucking irritating. I have to calm down whenever it comes up. It's why people get so confused by the other clause, the other part of the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the protection of a state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, right? That first part, the prefatory clause, is separate from the second part, and it must remain that way. When you make the argument that the Second Amendment was written to was meant to save us from tyranny, then you necessarily include the first part in the second, but they're separate. We know that from DC versus Heller. Here it is. Left nuts. Correct, Nick. My God-given right does not need a reason. Correct. We don't have freedom of speech to protect us from government or to criticize the government. We have freedom of speech because fuck you. You don't get to say what I can say and not say. It's not about politics. It's not about political power. It's not about control or tyranny. The voice of the people. It's just because, no, you can't take a voice. It is fundamental to humanity to be able to speak your mind. It is fundamental to humanity to own a gun. Well, an arm, not a gun. It's not guns. That's the crazy thing. It's arms. A gun, a sword, a knife, a club, a stick, a booby trap. It is your fucking God-given right to have them for whatever purpose. Any and all purposes. Not, oh, well, we have it for one purpose, but you also get it for others. No. Our rights are because fuck you. I don't know how many more times I can say it. The Third Amendment protects us from having soldiers quartered in our house during peacetime. Because fuck you, that's my house. Get out. Get out. That's mine. It's my space. Not because, oh, well, like tyranny, blah, blah, blah. No, just it's mine. It's not yours. You can't use your authority to infringe on my property right. That's actually, the summary of the Second Amendment as well. But they knew that guns would be targeted. That's the thing. They knew that weapons would be targeted as somehow different than other property. That all the amendment does is clarify. No, these are property that specifically we know governments will go after. And specifically, you don't have a right. We should be reading the Second Amendment as an implied right to all of our property, especially when you combine it with the Fifth and the third and the fourth. Weird. It's almost like they intended it. The fact that we add in layers of abstraction and stupidity is because of tools like Kurt. Balancing his macros on a metal pan, not a knife's edge.
Away because it's the Trump administration. What hypocrisy of it all. The administration isn't just using bad legal arguments that subvert basic values I thought conservatives believed in. They apparently are actively.
And there it is, by the way. Kurt has run around masquerading as a conservative this whole time. I don't care personally, but Kurt has been masquerading as a conservative because he thought it would be profitable. Kurt has always been a liberal. He's a giant fan of Leonard French. That's how his inspiration for starting a YouTube channel was Leonard French. That's why his channel has always been trash, by the way, and why it's never been successful is because Leonard French's success wasn't his YouTube content. It was the fact that he did something for a big community and they all subscribed to him. And then they stopped watching because they're like, oh my God, this guy sucks. Kurt has always been a liberal. He wears this Indiana Jones hat, like, I guess, trying to look like a cowboy. He tries to espouse these conservative principles, but when it comes down to it, listen to the anger in his voice and how he categorizes it. I thought conservatives believed this. Hey, Kurt, you know, it's funny. That tells us that you didn't ever believe it because you're a liar. 200-watt studio. Do you think the New York mayor seizing private property will be unconstitutional? New York has a long and storied history of seizing private property because they're fucking assholes. So I don't think anybody will do anything about it. Jackhammer Orman says, counterpoint, his success was his cooking. That's true. That's true.
My dead client did not kick the taillight. Even if he did, the video would be prejudicial and irrelevant since he's still dead. It's bad to kill a kind VA nurse, but you don't care about a subhuman guy.
Isn't a better debate of a similar fictional scenario and test the legal theories? Facts not in evidence are inadmissible, and the bad guy trap wants you to subconsciously let the masked men off hook.
The masked men are the ICE guys. Is that what you're saying? I don't want the ICE guys to be off the hook. I don't think they're legally liable. But what I do know is this, regardless of the liability, regardless of anything, this isn't a Second Amendment assault. This isn't an attack on the Second Amendment. Suggesting maybe people don't carry a gun to a protest is not the government taking your gun or right to carry away. Suggesting that maybe having a gun increases the risk that you'll be in an altercation that involves shooting is not a threat to take it away. Now, if they start passing laws restricting the carrying of guns at protests or something, then we can talk about it. But until there's actual government action, what are we doing? The government makes suggestions all the time. I never listen to them. Who listens to the government's suggestions? How's that work out for you?
Hostile to the concept of an armed citizenry. FBI Director Kash Patel, a man who's supposed to be on our side, came out and said,
but as Secretary Noem said, no one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines. That is not a peaceful protest.
Now, Kash.
That is an opinion about the motivations of someone. Yet again, Kurt, that is not a legal assertion, and it's not a prohibition, which is the more important part. It's not a prohibition or infringement on the Second Amendment for Kash Patel or Kristi Noem to say that. Not even close. They do not say you can't do it. They have an opinion. No one who does that is acting in good faith. No one who does that is in good behavior. Did they say they need to be arrested immediately and thrown in prison or shot in the street? No. They just said no one who's there in this capacity is there for good things. Was Alex Pretti there for good things? No, obviously and objectively, no.
Buddy, have you ever met a gun owner? loaded with 2 magazines? Oh my God. That would be what's called carrying a firearm. Remember that whole Second Amendment thing? A gun without bullets is a mere paperweight. Weren't we the one?
There is a limit of how much ammo one is carrying in which we go, why? Not, you can't, just why? Why? Why do you believe you need 60 rounds for self-defense at this protest? Why? Not why you're wrong, not why you can't do that, just why? I don't believe someone who does that has good intentions. Okay. Thanks, Christy Noam. Keep doing your makeup, sweetheart. Thanks, Kash Patel. Keep doing your girlfriend's makeup, sweetheart. Like, but who cares? They are allowed to have opinions about motivations of people. They are. They can express them. They have the First Amendment. For the record, I don't give a shit how much ammo someone carries at all. Like, I don't care. 2 magazines, 5 magazines, 100. If someone's bogged down with a backpack full of ammo, I might go, okay, buddy, like, what's going on? You okay? Like, you want to get a donut or something? I wonder about it. Don't tell me you guys don't wonder about things like that. These guys have said 2 loaded up magazines. I mean, 2 loaded up magazines doesn't surprise me. Although when I carried, I wouldn't carry an extra magazine. Like, just personally took up too much space. It was annoying. I wasn't in a tactical vest screaming at police officers either, because I'm not a fucking moron. We are abstracting ourselves out of common understandings, out of the ability to have discourse, because we want to create this artificiality, this sterilized room. We want to pretend that reality isn't there. We want to pretend that Alex Pretti was there for some pure purpose. Doesn't look like he was. Does that mean he gets to die? Well, I mean, it did this time, but no, not like by itself. But can we stop with the illusion that the guy who shows up protesting law enforcement with bullets in a gun is there for like a good and pure purpose? You think he wasn't waiting to use that gun on a cop? Like, you think he wasn't waiting for the opportunity to self-defense a cop out of existence? He wouldn't be justified. But you think that wasn't in his fantasy mind? Do you know effete men? Look at that guy. I promise you the thought ran through his mind. Kash Patel and Christy Noam did not say, to my knowledge, that anyone who does that will go to prison or anything like that. They said, like, got to question their motives. Hey, you know, has to question the motives of the person who's armed, who's opposed to law enforcement at a protest and is armed, the cop who has to pull the trigger. They have to ask that question. That's literally a totality of the circumstances question. Why is this guy here with a gun? What's he doing? Why is he fighting with law enforcement while he has a gun? What is he doing? Who is this person that I'm dealing with? I didn't want to deal with this guy. Now he's here. That's in the totality of circumstances. That's right there, right up at the top, by the way, because it involves a gun and the officer and the person that they're dealing with. They have to be wondering what's going on. They have to be considering it. Maybe they've seen that guy at rallies before and he's a guy who helps people out in the crowd, like in a different scenario. That would influence the cops' totality of circumstances. Yeah, hey, this guy, I've actually encountered him in 4 other cities. He's there. He helps keep people cool. He's like a Kyle Rittenhouse. He's handing out water, putting on bandages, people getting scuffles, pouring milk in their eyes if they get pepper sprayed, whatever it is, right? Like you can foresee that a cop might get to know someone who does that in a positive way. We don't always have to think in the negative. And they go, yeah, I know that guy carries, but I've seen him help like 15 people, blah, blah, blah. He never interferes with us. He grabs people and gets them out of the way. And then the cops shoot that guy like out of nowhere. That changes, right? Like that makes the cop guilty. He has reasonable belief that that guy is not dangerous. And now he shoots him out of hand. We don't have any of that with Pretti. We may have the opposite.
I'm starting to think Pinochet had the right idea about handling commies. To quote Rafal Ganowicz, when asked how it felt to take human life, I wouldn't know. I've only killed communists.
Someone said this. Here was it. Reveal says they shot a disarmed man, not an unarmed man. That's a very good assessment and a very good distinction. It's not entirely accurate, though. They shot a potentially disarmed man. They shot a man who is disarmed from one gun. There's nothing stopping him from having 2 or 3 or 4. Carry permit. He could have guns in his ass. Watch out when you rape me, cops. It's going to go poorly for your dick. They don't know. They don't have time to know. What the fuck are you doing fighting with cops? Could have been a knife. Yeah, could have a knife. And Branca's brought up this point several times. Every one of those cops around him has a gun. He's disarmed. There are 6 guns within grabbing distance. People get shot. Cops get shot by their own gun with relative frequency. Because someone gets the gun from the cop, puts a bullet in them, or their partner or whatever. Sexual partner.
Ones who were against any sort of bullet restrictions, weren't we the ones who were protesting against states and localities restricting firearms to 10 rounds or 8 rounds or fewer and saying that you have the right to carry as many bullets as you want? And suddenly, apparently, it's all flipped on a dime? Carrying
is not flipped on a dime. You have the right to carry it. No one said he couldn't carry it. They just go, why? Again, at what point do you say why? Is it when he's got a M60 and a belt fed rounds plugged into it? Like, is that when you say why? That's absurd, obviously. What about when he's got a chest strap and it's just magazine. He's got 15 mags loaded up. Can he do that? Yes. Is it fucking cool? Yeah. Especially if he's shirtless, because that's more awesome. But do you go, all right, buddy, like, I don't really like, I like the getup. It's cool. A little retro, aggressive, Art Nouveau, if you will. But like, what's up with all that? Like, what are you doing? What army are you fighting? What are you expecting to happen? Oh, the video's not up. Sorry. Did you really want that? Did you really want that back? You get what you asked for. That's your fault. That's on you. It's not me. Look at him. Kurt is legitimately furious in this video. And it's funny because he's just mad at his own retarded fantasy. Buddy Cafe says, have any of these ducks reversed their comments given the recent revelations? No. That's because it wasn't about honesty or analysis. It was about politic.
A spare magazine isn't supposed to equate to looking for trouble. It's supposed to be standing operating procedure. Do we believe in the Second Amendment or not?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. A spare magazine is standard operating procedure? Is this a retail store, Kurt? What are you talking about? There isn't an SOP for carrying. That's the whole point. That's what freedom is. It's supposed to be standard operating procedure. Why? As to someone who's only got the mag loaded in their firearm, they're violating the SOP. Don't be stupid. I know it's hard. Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. It's that time. Look at my tiny arms. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. This is important, guys. Marcy Cruz says, you love this shit, so like it. Don't forget, click this like button on Rumble and on YouTube, please. It helps out with, all that engagement shit, all that fun algorithm stuff, blah, blah, blah. If you like it, just click like. It's really simple. It helps me out a ton. I appreciate it quite a bit. It doesn't hurt you too much. Just a little. Just the right amount. Dom Man in T1 says, Neurodivergent 1, it is not gay for a real man to put Anton's firm and juicy meat in their mouth for Anton's pleasure, from King of Biltong at Biltong USA. So there you go, I guess. We're doing $1 ads on Rumble for King of Biltong. Put their meat firmly in that maw. Holly Movie Star says, why is nobody selling tactical GIMP gear? Oh my God. That would be pretty funny. Okay, here we go.
I call it preparedness. To hear the FBI director now use the exact same logic as the gun control lobby, that readiness equals malice, and have so-called conservatives apparently willing to join him, well, it's all absolutely disgraceful. And then we have Attorney General Pam Bondi. Instead of investigating agents who shot a citizen who...
And then we have a teleprompter script that I'm reading to do this video because I don't know how to talk on my own.
Was engaged in lawful First Amendment speech. She sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz demanding access to Minnesota voter rolls and welfare data. What does that have to do with anything? She's threatening
fraud. The thing that they're actively policing, you moron. Fraud. Fraud, fraud, fraud. Fraud in the election. Fraud in the implementation of a daycare program with federal funds attached. Fraud in SNAP benefits. Fraud in immigration, both legal and illegal immigration. Fraud in these insular, non-assimilated communities. Fraud from people who come from the land fraud under. We come from a land fraud under, right? They live and breathe corruption. It's not a criticism. It's a reality of coming from a war-torn fucking hellhole. But it's fraud, Kurt. What does that have to do with anything? It's literally why they're here. Because they stole billions of dollars from the American people just in this state. And they did so. That's just what they stole. That's not counting the money that was given to them extra to assist the fraud, to help the American people's money get stolen by people we opened the door to for protection. Fraud is why. We want to know about Ilhan Omar coming. Ilhan, she is a Muslim. She's Somalian. Very into her brother, from what I hear. Very into it. Kind of creepy, a little bit. He is handsome. I don't know that, actually. Don't quote me on that. He might be ugly. There's strong odds, honestly, but yeah, so like please don't tell her or him that I said that, because I don't want them to feel bad about him being fucking hideous. Okay, here we go.
To pull federal funding if they don't comply. What nonsense. The Attorney General seems to be treating this as...
Why? Why is it not? The federal funds are being stolen, Kurt.
Though she has a right to a general warrant. That's explicitly what the Fourth Amendment forbids. It's the federal government treating a sovereign state like a conquered province because they're mad about a shooting they did. This whole thing is an attack on the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments and federalism all at once.
Nope. The state of Minnesota doesn't have a Fourth Amendment right. Let's just put that out there. Fourth Amendment is vested in the people to be free or to be secure in their persons, papers, effects. The right of the people. But that being said, the government has the ability to audit the reception and proper distribution of its federal funds. And when fraud is exposed, not just by Nick Shirley, by the way. Nick Shirley did some legwork to get it out to the public, which is great. And I hope his 100 million or whatever, however many million view video makes him all the money on earth. He did that to get the word out to the public, but the government, specifically the Minnesota government, knew about the fraud years ago. Actively turned a blind eye to it. Why should the federal government, why should the taxpayers of other states be supplementing fraud going on in the state? Do you want to know why that fraud went unchecked? Guess where the money funnels? Right into the pockets of the campaign for Mayor Jacob Frey and Tim Walz. Fraudulent money that comes into those daycares. a percentage of that goes right to Ilhan Omar's reelection campaign. Obviously so. Like blazingly, blaringly obvious that that's where it goes. Why do you think they are so resistant? Why would they be resistant to the enforcement of federal law? This is crazy to me. Like, this is nuts because it's so obvious. And he was like, why are they doing this?
And let's not forget Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Essay, who tweeted that if you approach law enforcement...
I already forgot Bill Essay. Like, I don't know who that guy is. Who cares? Let's not forget him. What is he saying? Every pause looks like he's about to depressingly take a bite of a ham sandwich. Except for that one. I don't know what that is.
Not forget Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Essay, who tweeted that if you approach law enforcement with a gun, they are legally justified in shooting you. Well, let's apply that Bruin standard that we're supposed to believe in, shall we?
Is that what he tweeted actually? Who is it? Assistant Attorney Bill Assaili. First Assistant U.S. Attorney. Okay, I want to see his. Oh, the NRA responded. Here we go. Okay, let's see what did Kurt say, and then we'll go with reality. Hold on.
Who tweeted that if you approach law enforcement with a gun, they are legally justified in shooting you.
Let's see what was actually tweeted. It's almost like he didn't say that. If you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it. That's true. Ah! You're making shit up again, fatso. You're stretching the truth again, and you know it.
Well, let's apply that Bruin standard that we're supposed to believe in, shall we? New York State Rifleman.
Again, importantly, it does not say that they are justified in killing you. It says there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you. There are a lot of steps that go into that. But if you approach with a gun, there is a high likelihood they'll be legally justified in shooting you. But the legal justification presumes scuffless behavior. It presumes that there's a cause for the shooting. Bringing a gun to a cop encounter doesn't matter if there's no encounter, right? Like that should be obvious. It's baked in to the statement. It's implied. But the implication is pretty important. If you fuck around, you are higher likelihood to find out if you have a gun on you. That's just good manners. Let people know. If you go and you shit in your neighbor's living room, there's a high likelihood they will throw you out. They might not. Maybe they have a toilet in there. Maybe it's a weird house. Maybe it was built in 1961. Who knows?
Pistol Association versus Bruin. Anyone remember that? The government, in order to restrict Second Amendment rights, must show a history and tradition for the regulation.
Shooting someone and having it be justified in large part, because they have a gun, isn't an infringement on the Second Amendment, and Bruin has nothing to do with it. Ah! Look at him. Ah! 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 What are you talking about, Kurt? Come on, man.
Now, is there some historical tradition that I'm not aware of the King's Guard being allowed to summarily execute anyone that walks down the street with a musket? No. In fact, the tradition was exactly the opposite, and that's what the Second Amendment was meant to protect.
Hey, I got news for you. You want to talk about historical traditions involving guns? If you brought a gun to a protest in 1797 and you got in a fight with an officer, you got the death penalty. Felonies at the founding, every one of them carried a death sentence as the maximum possible outcome. And we executed people as young as 12. Every federal felony in 1791 until sometime in the mid to late 1800s had a death penalty. All of them. Every one of them. You walk up and do what Alex Pretti did. If they don't shoot you or stab you with a bayonet or whatever, or use a saber, you go to court and then you die in a worse way. You get hanged, most likely. They didn't have the gas chamber or the electric chair yet. They'd stretch you out. They might do firing squad. Firing squad by musket sucks. Firing squad now, laser scope right through the brainstem, real quick, real nice and easy. Firing squad by musket, ow, ow, that's my ribs, that's my penis. You got shot a lot, several guys. The muskets weren't so accurate. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Again, we all have to pretend that none of this happened. We all have to pretend that that reality doesn't exist, that nothing has ever gone on, that we're always been in this abstract, non-concrete manner of thinking about the law and its implementation. That's the only way we pretend tyranny is existing right now. Again, if ICE goes up and starts, or someone comes out, like with fully automatic weapons and they just fire on the crowd or whatever. Yeah, okay. I got it. Right now you've got a woman who physically impacted an officer with a vehicle, put multiple people in danger. She was iced. The next one, you have a guy who interfered with presumptively lawful behavior. I'm willing to entertain that officer did not have the authority to use the force to shove the woman or Alex Pretti. I'm willing to entertain that. But I have a feeling they're going to testify that these people were in the street and trying to direct traffic into a place where we were trying to keep traffic out. They're putting officers and the public in danger. We needed them out of the street. We told them to move. They did not move. We shoved them. That's well within their authority. All right, now you're well on the road to a justified shoot. But I'm willing to entertain that didn't happen, that I misunderstand the facts, that there was something else, that they have a personal animus or something. I'm willing to entertain it. You're going to have to show me, and you're going to have to produce the evidence before trial, not fish for it at trial. But let's stop pretending this is anything other than what it is. These are idiotic people going out to specifically interfere with law enforcement. They're going to make physical contact with law enforcement. They're going to agitate people who are already on edge and touch them when they don't want to be touched. And your gym teacher may have told you otherwise, but that is not allowed.
Sorry to chat if I pissed in anyone's Lucky Charms. My opinion don't matter. Hey, I once got clubbed for hiding a gun. Cops only found my giant cock that looks like a gun. They let me go and sped away.
There you go. That's, some of us do have to live with the consequences of our biology.
If the LSA standard shows, apparently open carry is dead. Even constitutional carry is dead. Because all a cop has to do is say, he approached me and bang, you're dead. What a Second Amendment right that would be.
But that isn't what the guy said. That isn't what he said at all. Stop pretending it's something it's not. Why are you doing this? Why?
But there is a silver lining in it all. There are people standing tall. The gun rights organizations, the people that actually believe in the Second
Can you Photoshop a septum ring on Kurt? I'll put it in the AI and ask if he can put a septum ring and an apple in his mouth.
Amendment are not taking the bait. Gun Owners of America issued a blistering statement reminding the DOJ the Second Amendment protects the right to keep and bear arms even while protesting. They stated clearly that federal agents are not highly likely to be justified in shooting concealed carriers, and they refuse to compromise. The Firearms Policy Coalition.
Good, by the way. Good on the advocacy groups for saying, yeah, but it's perfect. It's perfect. That's their job to do that. Come here, Grok. Wait, no, come here, ChatGPT. Come here, boy. Please take this picture of my obese grandmother and add a large septum ring and place an apple in her mouth like a roast pig. Sorry, I can't help with that. It would involve degrading or humiliating a real person. Which I can't do. I can. I got it. Don't worry. Chat GPT. Grok will do it. Elon Musk will save me. Hold on. I need my... Bam. There we go. Do that. Grok's already making the pictures. It took no time at all. Oh, man. Here we go. There. See? Nailed it. Perfect. A roast is on the way. Stupid bitch ass Chat GPT. Got no game. All right. Okay. Here we go. We're almost done with this video. Whoever said the septum ring, thank you. I thank you. That rounded out the picture for me.
The FU no guys are exactly where you'd expect them to be, pointing out that the state is the enemy of liberty when it comes to the Second Amendment.
Wait, what was that? The state is the what of liberty? The ernery me? The ernery?
Pointing out the FU no guys are exactly where you'd expect them to be, pointing out that the state is the enemy of liberty.
The ernery
are exactly where you'd expect them to be, pointing out that the state is the enemy of liberty when
me. It's Arlie Ermy of liberty. What word is that? He edits these. Like you've seen all the jump cuts and stuff like that. I've watched his streams where he edits these videos. How did you miss that one? Like you stumbled through it. You had to know that it was in there. That's weird.
When it comes to the Second Amendment. And even the NRA has dipped their toes into the water.
Michael Stetson, notorious hat maker, says he is reading something. Kurt can't read out loud for shit. No, he has ChatGPT help him generate scripts for these videos, and then he reads them. Yes, and then he edits them out because he stumbles through the read, and he oh god, he looks like Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. He's like just slightly off kilter over here. It's kind of blurry. Like his soul is moving. Oh, like the villain in Chronicles of Riddick. Maybe. Anyway, yeah, he has ChatGPT help him write scripts, and then he edits the videos down and cuts out all his stumbles. Un says, should have made the apple a makeshift crack pipe. Well, see, that's just going too far, I think. Holly Movie Star says, yes, GOA said protesting, didn't say fighting cops. Yeah. And importantly, the government did not say you cannot bring a gun to the protest. They basically said, be careful if you do. Like, hey, maybe like don't fight a cop. They should have just said that. Hey, maybe don't fight a cop though. Like, you know, if you want to protest, like that's cool and you can have your shiny gun and stuff. We like them. We have them too. We'll put bullets in you.
The National Rifle Association, who usually loves to cozy up to any Republicans, came.
The National Rifle Association, I just need to say this is a legal term of art. It's, really important that we designate when we're speaking about a legal term of art and that this is lawful law. The NRA is fucking gay. So who cares? Fuck the NRA. Go away. Nobody likes you. All right, back to it. I think we're going to do the members only stream tomorrow, by the way. And we'll have some fun stuff.
Out and called LSA's comments dangerous and wrong. Now, when even the NRA is criticizing the Republican DOJ, you know the administration screwed up big time. And in Congress...
No, you don't. The NRA has been the enemy of the Second Amendment on multiple occasions. Let's stop pretending they have this sterling record defending the Second Amendment. They defend cockamamie bullshit.
We have Representative Thomas Massey. One man consistent enough to say it out loud. Carrying a firearm is not a death sentence. It's a constitutionally protected God-given right.
The reason he's the only guy saying it is because it doesn't need to be said. Everyone knows that, and no one has said anything to the contrary.
And if you don't understand that, you have no business in law enforcement. Now, here is the bottom.
Solid. Tomorrow as in later today. Yes. Yes, thank you for asking for the clarification. Tomorrow as in later today. We'll do that. Hopefully not at night. I want to do it during the daytime. I think my Thursdays aren't so bad, but I'm probably wrong. My Wednesdays are really busy. Most of my days are really busy.
Line for all my right-wing, pro-Trump, conservative-loving viewers. You have to decide, what do you value more? Do you actually believe in freedom of speech and the Second Amendment, like you've been saying? Do you actually oppose restrictions on the First Amendment, like you've been telling the left wing for years? Do you actually believe in the Second Amendment right to carry? That's a fundamental constitutional right. Or do you simply believe?
This is the atheist who tells you what your Christianity should be. That's Kurt right now. It's so embarrassing. It's gross. It smells just like him. Kurt is not conservative or right-wing, which is why he treats women the way he does, probably. But he's not conservative or right-wing. He never was. It was a mask. He thought he should act a certain way for views. Saw him change his views in real time once he started coming on my channel. Why is that? Why is that? Why, Kurt? But you notice it didn't really follow you, did it, though? Because, you're not likable. You are unlikable. I've got to get John Malkovich saying that to Seth Green, playing the character Marbles in Knockaround Guys. You are unlikable. It's rough, man. It really sucks when you hung out with someone, got along with them or whatever, and then you start actually like paying attention to who they are, and you go, oh, ew, oh, yuck. People think I'm like that. I pick on Kurt because I'm being mean. I did for a little bit, like, mostly because it was funny. The more I see of him, I'm sitting here going, why did anybody listen to or trust this guy at all? Like, one, he's a fucking creep. Two, too much casserole. Three, though, like, this is all fake. It always was. The definition of a grifter: the person who lies about their core principles, lies about their beliefs for the purpose of extracting money. Some people think I did that. That's fine as an assessment, but I'll say it right now. I didn't. I changed. I changed in front of people. I did it pretty openly. There were some things I, obviously wasn't going to say live on the air, but I don't think it was a secret. A lot of people knew I was doing drugs. A lot of people figured that out. Like, it was obvious. The physical effects of them were apparent. The mental effects of them were apparent, right? I couldn't say it online. I didn't want police kicking down my door. Go figure. Plan failed. But I changed. I didn't always announce all the changes. They didn't always come up. But people thought that I betrayed. The thing that made people mad, from what I understand, is that they thought I was lying about it. I wasn't lying. I failed my principles. I changed my principles. I reaped the reward of that behavior, of those decisions. I earned it. It didn't go so well. That doesn't change the principle. How long has Kurt been lying about conservatism? Or is he going to represent that he didn't present himself as a conservative? I mean, maybe that's it. He'll be like, no. I was always obviously not conservative. He just has a couple conservative values or whatever. I don't think so, though. I seem to recall like a little bit more staunch and steadfast adherence to it, at least in public. Team F Squid says, is Kurt being intentionally dense right now? No, he's cataclysmically dense. That's a product of mass and the space available for it, and he's in critical collapse. Like, he's technically shrinking, but his mass is increasing dramatically as stuff falls into his mouth. Is he being intentionally dense right now? Where in First Amendment and Second Amendment does it state that peaceful assembly is the same thing as obstructing and interfering with lawful police activity? Everything got pretty dumb. I like it. I like the wordplay on the dead. I like that. That's good. You monster. I did the same thing. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's being intentionally dense. I think this is one of those things where, like, people have a threshold and the threshold gets tipped and then they go into full, they go into a meltdown mode. Kurt does that all the time. It's usually funnier. MEO1 says, the things you learn about yourself after recovery, I'm proud of you. Hey, thanks.
If anything, that will help defend the Trump administration, no matter what it means for your so-called core beliefs. The White House assumption of risk doctrine is not only a poison pill, it's an abomination. If
you're in Obama's nation, I think you voted for Obama, if I remember right. Good God. I didn't vote for Obama or Mitt Romney. Fuck that guy. I voted for me in that election. And there's another one, I think. That being said, it's not a poison pill, Kurt, because they didn't try to adopt that doctrine. It's not a thing that they're trying to do. They would have to do that in court. They would have to do an assumption of risk. They would have to assumption of risk, I guess, in a defense case of a federal officer. Like, they would have to do assumption of the risk. Like, they would have to write that. They would lose on it immediately because it's a tort principle, not a criminal principle, and has never been. But they're not doing that. She just said it at a press conference. She's a press secretary.
If we accepted that logic, that would mean that exercising your rights makes you fair game for a governmental bullet. Then we've lost the republic. It would mean the First Amendment and Second Amendment cannot coexist. It means that you would have to choose. You can speak, you can protest, or you can be armed, but you can't do both. And if you do, the government might just kill you.
The government might just kill you, yes. If you're armed protesting, yeah, the government might just kill you because you're protesting against lawful authority. Like, civil disobedience is still disobedience. The fact that it violates the law is what propagates change. But when you violate the law with a gun, bad plan. Not good. Wouldn't want to do it.
Now, that is not the law. And in fact, it's a tyranny. Alex Pretti had every right to be on that street. He
didn't. There's a specific law that says he cannot stand on that street in the absence of ICE. He is not authorized to direct traffic. Again, a police officer directing traffic is jaywalking with justification. You need to start thinking about the law in the way that the law is thought about in court. What are these things? How does this work? This stuff is just justification of unlawful activity by lawful means. There are conditions which allow this otherwise unlawful behavior to occur, like being a traffic cop and being put on duty to direct traffic, or being a law enforcement officer and having some sort of exigent circumstance that requires you to temporarily direct traffic, even if that's not your main or normal role. Like, there's a crime scene. There's an accident on the side of the road. This happens all the time. You get the little flares out so people don't run in the back of a semi at night, stuff like that. There are justifications for what they're doing because they're imbued with the authority of law enforcement, and that justification tends to be statutory. They can do this, but it's just justified behavior. If you acted like a cop, just run around and act like a cop. Try it. Turn on your lights and blow through a a fucking stoplight. Try it. See how it works. Not legal advice. It won't go well, but a cop can do that all the time if they have some reason to turn on their lights and do it. It's justified. It's a justified running of a red light. They actually have they're worse. They have a device that will forcefully change the light to green for them. That's so illegal if you had that, but they're justified in having it for the purposes of executing their lawful duties. Start thinking of the law in terms of justification, and you stop being confused really quickly. TMF Squid says, who's going to tell Kurt that the Republic was lost during Reconstruction, the 17th and 19th Amendments? No one's going to tell Kurt anything. He won't listen.
Every right to hold a camera. He had every right to document what he saw, and he had every right to protest ICE.
Yes, he did not have the right to make physical contact with ICE or to shield a woman from arrest. Period. He didn't have the right to do that. Important to learn. Also important to recognize Aaron C. gifting a membership that brings us to 30. Aaron, you are truly a gem. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. And that went to Right On Gal with a clever, witty spelling of right. Thank you, Aaron C., for that. Very awesome. 30 members. Brought to you by Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. A surprising supply of members at Kurt's Dating Advice in Chicken Shop. One might wonder how many magazines loaded with members Kurt needs at his Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. But this is not a discriminating Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. Of course, Kurt's welcomes all and loves members. Magazines full of members are on display and ready for the taking right there at Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop. Get your member magazine for free at Kurt's Dating Advice and Chicken Shop, your one-stop shop for both romance and cuisine. sponsor of the show, endorses every single thing said specifically.
And he also had the right to carry a gun. If we don't defend his rights because we don't like his politics or because we love the president so much, then we neither deserve the First nor Second Amendments.
That's actually retarded. Okay. Like, that's actually one of the dumbest. Somehow he has exceeded himself at the end, bulging as he is, and come across with an even dumber thought when you just like it sounded so good. It sounded so good. No, you're right to love the president so much that you support a more authoritarian approach to the implementation of law. You're right to believe that someone maybe shouldn't have a gun. You don't have a right to take it away. You can have a right to believe that they shouldn't. Those are quintessentially elements of the First Amendment. Everything is everyone believes that the Constitution applies to their version of things and that no other version is possible. No, I'm sorry, Kurt. The people who express those opinions deserve them both just as much as you or I or anybody else, because they're not granted those rights. You twat. Those rights are recognized as inherent to who they are by nature of existence. So yeah, they're bad opinions. They still deserve both of those protections because there's no such thing as deserving those protections. They're yours. You don't deserve your body. It's yours. You have it. No one gave it to you except for the Lord. You don't deserve your rights. They are your rights. If you deserved them, they'd be privileges. So fuck off, loser.
Don't let the grifters gaslight you. Don't let partisan hacks.
That's you. You're the one who has been saying the opposite of what's on video and who has revealed himself as never carrying the principles that he's espoused for the past 4 fucking years. 5 years. I've known 6 years. I've almost known Kurt for 6 years. 5 years of knowing Kurt. But okay, don't let the grifters gaslight you. Gaslighting involves convincing someone that what they see isn't there.
Tell you to ignore your lying eyes. The Second Amendment stands. The right to protest.
He had a right to be on the sidewalk. Ignore your lying eyes. He wasn't in the street.
Stands. And the assumption of risk doctrine belongs in some sort of ski lodge. Not.
No one is talking about this doctrine except you. Everybody else is a functioning social cue recognition center in their brain.
In constitutional law. Now, we will be following this as this case on goes. We will be continuing to watch the hypocrisy, and I hope you will too. Until later, I've been Uncivil Law. And remember to keep it uncivil out there. Cheers and goodbye.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. Okay. Well, that was Kurt. I saw that video. I think I watched the first 8 minutes and was like, I have to make fun of him. I have to do it. I have to go through and call him stupid a whole bunch because I know he's going to see it. That's funny. I know he's going to see it. He's going to pretend that he doesn't. And he's going to sit there and seethe about it, which is funnier and funnier and funnier. Someone will probably ask him about it, and he'll be like, "I don't know. I don't know what he's even doing. What that person's even doing." Okay. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to make me cry? Yes. Fatso. Oh my God. Well, I have shared with you guys tonight my being plagued by 2 death fats, morbidly obese, pathetically unphysical, gross specimens. That would be Kurt and, of course, Joshua Connor Moon, the man who can only finish Toshota pornography, which is gross. If we're keeping track of that, that is disgusting. Don't take my word for it. That was him saying it. Oh, hey, did I mention that Josh lost? Res judicata, motherfucker. Game, set, match. Go cry into your waifu husbando body pillow. You big soft-eyed baby. All right. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I think we got everything. 30 new members. Very cool. I'll try and make an announcement on the membership stream, the members only stream tomorrow. This is a makeup for this past weekend. We will have a members only stream again this weekend. Well, I say again, once we have the other one, then it'll be again. We have the normal members only stream still this weekend. This will be the makeup for that. And sorry, it's taken me a little bit. I've not felt well the past couple of days. I mentioned that last time. I'm doing better, which is great. I think, Lady Raggets was sick earlier, and I think I caught like the junior version of whatever she had. Or like I'm just, I don't know, I'm bigger. So maybe like that's how it works with illness. I think you can fist fight it or whatever. And she's not as good at jujitsu. So like, I think that I was caught whatever she had or some version of it. And I've been fighting it off for some days, but I'm feeling better and hanging out with you guys. That's the dumb thing is like, I'll feel like really crappy. It's like, God, I don't really feel like streaming. But if I do, and if I sit down and stream, I feel great by the end of it. I feel fantastic most of the time. So you guys always lift me up. You raise me up so I can stream on mountains. I don't know. Josh Groban? Go away. Ew. How gay am I? All right. We're going to call it a night. I love you all. And peace. Oh shit. I gotta get Ryan to do a condensed outro here. Like that is updated. Peace. Peace. End the stream.
So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lambroid. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter. As we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who's better than
Always.